I'm just checking. Is your lighting fine for the chairperson? Because I've noticed that it's a bit darker on the end product.
Yeah, no, they're complaining about it.
Yes.
I just opened up and had it.
Okay, so it's going to be much better today. Okay, sort it out, ne? All right, thank you so much. Sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mybeck. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Okay. I'm sorry we have had some few minutes delay, but let's continue. Mr. Molefe, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
The oath you took 2 days ago will continue to apply. Affirmation, I think it was.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Molefe.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, we were on the point of ending off the topic of the 100 locomotives. I just want to take you, if I may, back to the Fundutsi report. This is at bundle 6. Could I ask you to turn, please, to page 160?
106.
160, Chairperson, 160.
Zero. Okay. Is that on 5?
Bundle 6.
Bundle 6, okay.
Are you there, Mr. Molefe?
Yes.
I just want to direct your attention, please, in closing to two paragraphs under the heading conclusion, that being sub 4 and sub 5. Paragraph 5.8.29.4 reads that Transnet would have saved 1.2 billion if it procured 100 locomotives from Mitsui at 3.188 billion than procuring from CSR at 4.4 billion. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, this does not compare the base price. It compares the total price, which includes the other things that I talked about yesterday that are based on assumptions.
Right.
So, in fact, what that could be is just a difference in the different assumptions on hedging, forex, and so on.
And then they go on to conclude in the next subparagraph, Molefe and Singh failed to conduct a cost/benefit analysis when a decision to change the locomotives from the 19E Mitsui locomotive to the 20E CSR locomotive was taken. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I do remember, Chairperson, that in the memo, it refers to the project continuing to be NPV positive, which means that the net present value of the acquisition would be positive. I remember
The net value of the acquisition would be?
net NPV, net present value of the
Yeah.
acquisition would be positive, which means that it has a positive value to Transnet. And NPV is it's a calculation that people make in the financial markets to determine an investment decision.
Okay.
So generally, as a rule, a negative NPV means you should not do the investment. A positive NPV means that you can do the investment.
Okay.
In fact, I think in the
memorandum.
or
You want to?
I can't remember exactly what it is.
Mr. Molefe, can I ask you, is the conclusion here, doesn't it go beyond that? In other words, you it seems, failed to conduct a comparison between the one and the other. I understand your point about the NPV. We're going to deal with that perhaps in a different context with other people.
But you'd acknowledge that the NPV was positive.
Well, if you say that was in the memorandum, then I will take your word for it. But what I'm looking for here is, was there a time where you actually did a cost-benefit analysis as between the two possible deals?
Chairperson, when you do cost-benefit analysis, there are things like accounting costs and so on that are comparable. But the true cost-benefit analysis includes things that cannot be quantified in rands and cents. And these are the considerations that we made. For example, that the locomotives were failing, the Mitsui locomotives were failing. Now, there's no value that is put to that, although in the end, they will have a cost. So there was not, the value of the failing locomotives is not built into a cost-benefit analysis like that. So in the end, an accounting cost-benefit analysis is just a guide. In the end, you have to go with what you think would be in the interest of the company.
Now, we undertook yesterday to add, I think it was 10 pages of documents that you provided to us to the bundle. We've done that. If you could please go to bundle 5. That's your exhibit, exhibit 22.
Okay. Yes.
Now, if all the administration has worked out correctly, if I could ask you to turn to page 114. Are you in the right file, Mr. Molefe? Bundle 5, exhibit 22.
Yes. I'm at 114. Yes.
All right. So what you'll find directly after 114 is a series of documents marked 114.1. I think you may have them there in front of you. 114.1 running through to 114.10. Do you have those documents?
Yes.
So these are the documents you gave us yesterday.
Yes.
Do you recognize them?
Yes.
So what we've done is we've added them so they follow directly after your affidavit. You see that?
Yes.
Would you like an opportunity to address the chairperson on the significance of these documents? Are there any particular portions that you wish to draw to our attention?
Yes, Chairperson. These documents indicate the correspondence between Transnet Engineering, TFR engineers, detailing the failures of the Mitsui locomotive.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Minister.
Detailing the failures of the Mitsui locomotives. So these different letters and the tables that show the instances where the Mitsui locomotives had failed in the period preceding our decision to do the award.
Is your evidence that these were brought to your attention before you made the decision to change and go with CSR as opposed to Mitsui?
Yes, they were brought to my attention at the time, but I have recently been able to get these documents.
Yes.
That actually show.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And when we say they were brought, it might be that it's the problems that were brought, or it's the letters telling you about the problems.
No, not the letters.
Not the letters.
The fact that the locomotives had been failing.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Mybeck?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just for some reason I'm not picking you up clearly. Or did you say the locomotives had failed?
They were failing, yes.
Failing, the Mitsui locomotives. And if I understand your
failing
answer,
means breakdowns.
No, I understand that.
Yes.
As I understand your answer to the chairperson, you're saying that these documents bear out the fact that there was that problem and it was something that you knew of at the time.
It was something that was brought to my attention at the time.
And they all relate then to that topic and issue?
Generally relate to that topic, yes.
All right. I'd like then, if I may, to turn to a different topic. And that is the procurement of the 1064 locomotives.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Molefe, I just want to sketch some of the evidence that's been given so that we can get to the point where I can ask you a few questions around this. What we've heard, and a lot of evidence has been given about this, was the building of the initial business case for the 1064 locomotives. And ultimately, it would appear from the evidence that a final business case was adopted by the board on the 25th of April. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes.
And it may be a little bit onerous, but I want to take you to the business case and then to the board resolution, just so that we can place those two documents on record. And then I'll ask you some questions from there. I've asked my colleagues to fish out for you two files. I hope that they've managed to find Exhibit BB4, little b. And could I ask you please to turn to page FQC 402. You'll see that this is an attachment, incidentally, to Mr. Callard's affidavit, and it reflects their procurement of 1064 locomotives for general freight business, date of submission 25 April, addressed to Transnet Board of Directors. And it also titled Procurement of one...
Keep your mic on, Mr. Molefe, at all times.
So it's the file that keeps...
Yeah.
Procurement of 1064 locomotives for general freight business, final version. Now, if I
Yes.
could ask you just to keep your finger there and then turn all the way to page 516, that seems to be the end of the business case. FQC 516.
Yes.
What I note there is that this business case was not signed, this version, by you, Mr. Singh and Mr. Garma. Do you recall signing the final version of the business case?
Yeah, I think that if the business case was presented to the board, it must be the signed version must have been presented to
All
the
right.
board.
Could I ask you then, please, to go to the beginning and then go to page FQC 405. I'll take you to the last paragraph of that page.
Yes.
It says, the risks that are inherent in a procurement event of this nature have been identified and mitigation strategies are in place. Accordingly, it is recommended that the 1064 locomotive business case be approved, with estimated total costs of the acquisition of 38.6 billion as per the corporate plan. And it's what is in brackets that, as you know, has become contentious. So the ETC is 38.6 billion as per the corporate plan, in brackets, excluding potential effects of forex hedging, forex escalation, and other price escalations.
Yes.
You would confirm that that was then
Yes.
contained in the final business case. Now, if I could then ask you, you can perhaps keep that open so that we know what the wording is. Could I ask you,
I'm sorry, I thought that was 405, page 405, is that correct?
FQC
yes, I can
405?
see. Yeah, no, I can see where you are reading, yeah.
And then if I could ask you, please, Mr. Molefe, to go to bundle or exhibit BB4, little f. I think that's also been taken out for you.
Yes.
And BB4, small f, is divided into two parts, point 1 and point 2. I'd like you to go to the first part and turn to page YIL 23. This is part of the annexures to Mr. Leher's affidavit or statement.
Yes.
And if we're all on the same page, what you find there is a certified excerpt from the draft minutes of the special meeting of the Transnet board held on the 25th of April. And you'll see there 6.1 procurement of 1064 locomotives for the TFR general freight business resolved that the board approved the following. The business case for the acquisition of the 1064 locomotives for TFR's general freight business at an estimated cost of 38.6 billion as per corporate plan in brackets, and the same wording then as the business case, excluding potential effects from forex hedging, forex escalation and other escalations. Confirm that?
Yes, and just to add that I presume that they were approving the signed document.
Yes.
Yeah. Which I don't know if Transnet still has the signed document, but that is the document that was approved.
You mean the signed business case?
The signed business
Right.
case.
We'll have a look for that. But I assume you must be right that if it was presented, as you say,
Exactly.
and adopted at the board, it would have been signed.
It would have been,
We
it would have
will,
been the signed version, yeah. So
all right.
what I'm saying is, I don't know if what we've just seen now
Yes.
is an earlier draft
Yes.
that was not signed.
Yes, but the point is it includes the same bracketed freight.
Yes, that,
All right.
it includes the 38.6 billion, yes.
Okay. So, you know what the controversy is in relation to that bracketed phrase?
The 38.6 billion.
Yes. I mean,
Yes.
the controversy is that it's alleged by some, and we'll come to the evidence, that actually the business case in support of the
Look at this
38.
side, Mr. Molefe.
Yes. I just wanted to hear properly from his eyes,
Yeah,
Chairperson.
no, I know. Yeah.
So the controversy is, and I'll come to the evidence in a moment, that there are some witnesses who maintain that the business case, ETC estimate of 38.6, in fact included hedging and escalation costs, didn't exclude it. You know that controversy?
Yes.
All right. Now, what I just want to put to you is that in 2018, after these events, Mr. Leher and Mr. Muller, do you know those gentlemen?
Yes.
They were requested by the GCFO
Yes.
to undertake an investigation to determine whether the business case ETC estimate of 38.6 included hedging and escalation.
Yes.
And they were assisted by Mr. Callard,
Yes.
and the conclusion that they came to was that the business case and ETC estimate in fact included those two things, didn't exclude it.
Was that their conclusion?
Well, you've heard that evidence and you know it.
Come again?
That was their conclusion, yes.
Yes. And what was the amount that they calculated to have been the ETC with that exercise?
I get a sense you know the answer to that question.
Huh?
I get a sense you know the answer to that question.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is it?
Chairperson, let's just cut to the chase. And
Sorry?
Let's cut to the chase. And
Yes,
let me
absolutely.
Let's explain what happened.
Yeah.
Chairperson, when a procurement of this nature is done, of course, we sit and estimate how much we think it will cost to buy locomotives. And these are big numbers. So the number that you come out as an estimate, you can assume that from a negotiation point of view, that is going to be the base. That is going to be the minimum from which you move from. And that number, even if you confidentially take it to the board, it's going to come out. It's going to go out into the market. So this number, the 38.6 billion, was a desktop estimate. It was not even arrived at by doing by phoning suppliers around and saying, how much do you think you'll sell us a locomotive for? It was a desktop estimate. But it had to be a conservative desktop estimate. You can imagine, Chairperson, if we had gone out with an ETC of 50 billion, we would have ended up at 75 in the purchase. So the ETC was 38 billion. It is not a price. It was an estimate, a desktop estimate that was done at Transnet. Now people say that the price increased from 38 billion to 54 billion. That cannot be true, because the 38 billion was not the price. It's like if you want to buy a car and you budget 100,000 rand and you want to buy a specific car. And then when you go out to go and buy the car, you find that it is 150,000. Do you say therefore that you have just incurred an additional 50,000 rand in buying the car? Just because your estimate, your budget was 38 billion, or the budget that that you knew would become public was 38 billion. So let's start there. We went out on tender with an ETC of 38 billion. The tenders came back. When they came back, they were nowhere near 38 billion. When actually we put together, in my affidavit, I actually detail this. If I can go to my affidavit. So we went out with 38 billion, and the market came back with another number.
I think you might be looking for page 38, Mr. Molefe.
38.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Is his affidavit on bundle 5?
Bundle 5.
Okay.
Yes, 39, page 39, paragraph 55. The price that we went out with was in fact 38 billion. The suppliers came back with a number. In fact, that was between 38 and 49. I'm just surprised that I didn't catch it here. But it was about 43 or 44, the number. I'm surprised that I didn't write it down here. And that was their offer when they submitted the tenders.
That was the offer of
The bidders.
yeah.
So
They
for the
were all more or less around that figure. Is that
around
what you're
43,
saying?
43,
Yeah.
44.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the number that they 43, 44. That was the number that for the first time we saw what the market was prepared to pay, and it was not 38 billion. And that number does not represent an increase from 38 billion. It was what the bid paid. So now they submitted their tenders and they were evaluated. And after they were evaluated, there was further negotiation. And the biggest thing in the negotiation was to fix the price so that there are no escalations. After those negotiations of hedging and so on and so forth, the final price that the bidders were prepared to pay was 49 billion. To that,
Actually, the final price that they would want Transnet to pay.
That the
Yeah,
bidders
not
were
the other way
prepared,
around.
that they were prepared
To accept.
to pay with their locomotives for the money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's English, Mr. Modefe.
Yes, it is English, Chair. But the final price that the bidders were prepared
To accept.
to receive
Yeah.
for their locomotives was 49 billion.
49.
49 billion. 49.
Are you moving away from 43, 44?
Yeah, it increased from 43,
Yeah.
43, 44. It increased from the original tender price,
Yeah.
the price that they had tendered. If you look at paragraph 57, I
Okay,
show you.
no, let me make sure. First, you say Transnet made an estimate.
Yes.
And the estimate was 38.6
38 billion. That was desktop estimate.
The tenders came in,
Yeah.
and the prices were
Higher than-
43, 44, thereabouts.
Yes.
And you are now saying the final price
After negotiation.
after negotiations.
Yeah.
I assume that that's because when you negotiate, one would have thought that you would be wanting to bring them down from 43, 44.
Yeah.
I assume that maybe it's because it took time and there was escalation, or how did you do so badly? Instead of
I was
bringing
not-
them down, you allowed them to go up.
I was not part of the negotiating team, but the biggest issue in the negotiations was, you must give us a price that will not change over 7 years. So you can't come back and say there was Forex, there was this, there was this. It must be fixed price. And for giving us a fixed price, they wanted to be paid more. And that was, in my understanding, that was the main component of the increase. And it took it to 49.
That would explain the increase from 43, 44
To 49.
49.
Yes.
Because now you were speaking of a fixed amount
Price.
over 7 years.
Over 7 years, yes.
Okay, all right.
And then, on top of that, that was what was going to be paid to the bidders. On top of that, Transnet decided to add on to that price is money that is not automatically payable. It's called the contingency. So we went to the board and said the price is 49, but we would be allowed an additional 10% for unforeseen things that during the procurement we may require in the locomotives. It's like a contingency. I think it's standard practice.
Didn't that undermine the whole idea of a fixed price?
No,
wasn't the idea of a fixed
contingency
price
is,
to have certainty?
no, there was a certainty on what we had agreed on, there was a certainty. But then unforeseen is, I don't know like what, but unforeseen things, acts of God, things like that, were to happen. Or whatever could happen, that we would have a 10% contingency. Now, this is standard practice in projects like this, that when you have a project amount, you add onto it a usually 10% contingency. So if, for example, the procurement, even everything was fixed and so on, came to not 49.547, but came to 50 or 51, that would be covered by the contingency. So it was approved up to 54. So it's 49 up to 54. The 10% is a contingency. Now, Chairperson, in paragraph 57, I show you the summary of the per unit price from the bidders. So it's a pity that this does not translate to the multiplied by the number of locomotives. But the price per locomotive, at the time of submitting the bid from CSR was, for example, 32.46. The final price after negotiations was 50.48. It increased by 18.02 million per locomotive. The increase from Bombardier was 22 million per locomotive increase. GE was 9 million per locomotive, and CNR was 12.42 million per locomotive. So if you take the BAFO multiply by the number of locomotives, you'll come to the number that I'm talking about 43. And then if you take the final price multiplied by the number of locomotives, you'll come to 49.547 billion. So there is no one, Chairperson, who sat in a room and just increased the price from 38 billion to 54 billion, costing the taxpayer 15 billion. Nothing like that happened. It is a fundamental misunderstanding of the process and what happened, which is why I could not understand that MNS does not understand this.
Mr. Maivik?
Thank you. Well, I think you've explained how the price increased, but that wasn't what I was dealing with at all.
No, I did not explain the ETC is not the price.
I understand that, Mr. Malefe, but there's two different things. The first issue to be determined is whether in truth the business case included hedging and escalation or whether it excluded it as was represented to the board. That's what I'm dealing with now. We're then going to deal after that with the increase in the ETC. Don't worry, we'll come to that. But perhaps just to locate my questioning better, could I ask you to go to exhibit BB4, little f, Mr. Leher's exhibit? I think I've taken you there a little bit earlier.
BB4 little f, yes.
Yeah. And the first part, point 1, to page YIL 17.
Oh, Chairperson, if you may indulge me, you'd asked me a question that I did not answer actually. Mr. Khalad made a calculation.
Yeah.
So did Mr. Laher. And it's in my, I think it's in my affidavit.
If you could stick with this for a moment, I'm taking you to the actual foundational documents.
Oh, okay.
And Mr. Malefe, if I could just ask you, we're dealing now with whether there was a misrepresentation of the ETC in relation to it excluding hedging and escalation.
Yeah.
In the business case, the
Yes.
initial business case.
Yes.
We're going to come in time to how the ETC increased, as you've explained.
Okay.
Now, at paragraph 66, and I'll take you here because I don't want us to misunderstand one another, and I want to
Page 17.
Page 17, paragraph 66.
Yes.
In January 2018, Mohammed Mullah, Executive Manager Finance Capital Program, and I, that's Mr. Leher, received a request from the then GCFO, Gary Peter, via the TFR CFO, Ms. Galani, to confirm whether the business case pricing included or excluded forex hedging and escalation costs. Now, that's the first controversy here. Upon consulting with Francis Callard, ex-Transnet employee, who was key in the original business case calculations, in January 2018, and reviewing the business case calculations, Mullah and I concluded that the business case calculations actually did include forex and hedging costs.
Yes.
And that the recommendation within the 38.6 billion business case submitted to the board in April 2013, in brackets, that the ETC excluded these costs, was incorrect. You see that?
Yes.
So that's what I'm asking you about. They came to the conclusion that what was submitted to the board was incorrect. Now, what is your answer to that?
The 38.6 billion.
Yes. The exclusion, the bracketed portion, they conclude was incorrect.
Yes. So my question is, if they say the 38.6 billion included the forex and hedging costs, what portion of the 38.6 billion was the forex and hedging costs? And on top of that, what were the assumptions behind the calculation of those costs?
Fair enough.
Because the forex and hedging costs, as I pointed out yesterday, depend on, because they are future based on your view of what is going to happen in the future, are very difficult to estimate going forward. So, yeah, if they excluded or included, if they did make a detailed calculation. What portion of it was this forex and hedging
But
cost
let's
in the
just-
38.6 billion?
Okay, but you accept that that's what there is recorded as the conclusion here. I understand what you're saying.
That may be
Alright.
that may be their conclusion, but from where I was sitting,
Yes,
the figure was 38.6 billion.
yes.
They would go out to tender, they would come out with numbers, we would negotiate, and that would,
From where you were sitting,
yes.
did the initial business case include or exclude hedging and escalation?
There was no calculation made of exactly how much the forex and hedging cost
Did it
would
include or exclude it?
It was an assumption that they would be there.
So it included it.
Yes.
But it
Well,
was represented to the board that they were excluded. That's the whole point. That's the whole controversy.
Chairperson, from where I was sitting, the figure was 38 billion.
including
The 38, the
0.6.
the ETC was 38 billion that we went to the board with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, but his question is, and my understanding is that you have answered, but we just want to make sure, is that his question is whether that estimate.
The passage from the business case that we
included-
read said it excluded forex hedging. Yes.
But what was your understanding?
Yeah, my understanding, to put it crudely, is it didn't really matter. So the business case says it excluded. So that was 38 billion, it excluded. That's fine.
I'm not sure how, it's rather surprising to me if you say it didn't matter whether it excluded it or included it, because I would have thought that it could significantly, it could make a big difference in terms of your budgeting and how much you could be talking about. And it might be, my assumption is that it would be important to know whether, when you as the management say to us as the board, if I was in the board, when you say your estimate of what Transnet is going to pay is 38.6 billion rand.
Yes.
Have you taken account all risks? We know that it's an estimate, but have you taken account everything that you should take into account? And if you say, look, we have excluded these costs, or you say we have included, certainly I would want to know whether it's excluded or included, because then I can decide what is the reality that I must work on in terms of the amounts. Because if those costs are bound to come in, maybe I may as well make whatever decision on the basis that this 38 is quite low, in terms of reality, because those costs will come in at some stage. So I'm just saying, I would have expected that it should matter whether they are included or excluded. The board should know.
Yeah. You see, Chairperson, what we're trying to determine here is whether the 38 billion was a perfect number, whether it was a number that reflected reality. Is that what we're trying to determine? Yeah. I'm saying it didn't, and it didn't have to. Yeah, it was a number that we would go out to market with. The number that reflects reality is the number that the bidders come back with. Yes. That's what happens. The rest of the things, Chairperson, one person can say this locomotive is 20 million, and another says this locomotive is 25 million. The difference in the 5 million can be justified using a myriad of reasons. Of the day, the question is, the price of the locomotive is what they put to you as, and if you're willing to pay for it. That is the final price. If they come up with a number for the price of a locomotive that we are not willing to pay, there's no price. if the bidders looked at our 38 billion, with or without forex hedges and so on, and other things, we could have put in the cost per screw that is in every locomotive, the cost per wheel of a locomotive, the cost per steering wheel, the cost per braking system, the cost of, so we could have detailed it. At the end of the day, what matters is the number at the bottom, and it was 38 billion. So it had forex. The business case says it didn't. So what I'm saying is, this exercise of determining whether the 38 billion included or did not exclude forex hedging doesn't matter. What matters is what were the bidders willing to pay.
Well, Mr. Maybeck will continue with his questions, but let me put this to you at maybe a principal level or a general level. If I'm going to drive from Durban to Johannesburg,
Yes.
and I am a former group chief executive of Transnet.
You're going to drive. Yes.
I'm going to drive, yes,
Yes.
from Durban to Johannesburg.
Yes.
Not go by train.
It might not matter how much petrol I'll have to put in and the tolls, how much I'll have to pay in terms of toll charges. But for somebody else, if you tell him only about or hear about only the petrol, the cost for petrol for that trip, and you don't tell him that there are toll charges that will have to be paid and so on, it might make a big difference to that other person, but maybe not to somebody else.
Yeah, Chairperson, so when you're going to drive from Durban to Johannesburg, what are the costs? So it's petrol.
Yes.
And tolls.
Yes.
And what else?
Well, I don't know if there is any, but those are definitely. Yeah.
Those are the costs, ne?
Yeah, those are.
So there's wear and tear of your tires.
Yes.
There is the cost per kilometer of running your engine.
Yes.
There is the oil, even if it is just a small amount.
Yeah.
Right? And then on the way, your car may be chipped. The windscreen may be chipped. There is the damage to the paint. Even if it is small, it is a cost, right? So what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, the question is, are you willing to pay 500 rand to travel from here to Durban, or are you willing to pay 1,000 rand? That's what matters. But being pedantic and saying, yeah, but you did not take into consideration the cost of the damage to the paint. I mean, as you just demonstrated, even the cost of the tires was not factored into your own calculation.
Yes, but
and what I'm saying is that the bottom line is, what are you prepared to pay to travel from here to Durban? Prepared to pay to travel from here to Durban, even when you don't know what the cost of the wear and tear of the tires are. And I'm saying
but the cost of the wear and tear of the tires might be a long-term thing. But in the example I'm giving you, the issue of the toll charges they will have to be paid.
Yes.
Petrol, you must have money for petrol. You might arrive in Gauteng without your windscreen being whatever. So if you don't tell the person about the charges for the toll, seems to me that would be critical. But you might you might say, well, the example of a toll might not fit into the locomotives. I'm not sure in terms of these costs.
See, you are elevating the hedging costs to the price of the toll.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying.
And I'm saying that the hedging costs are like the wear and tear of the tires and the oil and other things.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, Chair, you can go and see the car hire companies. They charge different amounts per kilometer for hiring their cars. So if you were to ask, how do you arrive at this amount? They would show you different methodologies, and the methodologies are infinite of how those amounts are calculated. But at the bottom of it, it's just a gut feel. It's just a gut feel, Chair. What matters is how much are people willing to receive for a locomotive, and how much are we willing to pay?
Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Molefe, before you engaged in answering questions posed by the chairperson, I think that the record will reflect that what you said was this: from where I was sitting, I assumed that the business case included hedging and escalation. You recall saying that?
Yes, I did say so, but the business case, as you pointed out, perhaps even corrected me, said it excludes.
Yes.
But what that reflects,
So
is that that was not uppermost in my mind.
I'm not worried about
What was uppermost in my mind was, what will the bidders be willing to pay?
Mr.
I mean,
Molefe,
to receive.
just so that you understand, please, is that's not what we're trying to determine, to use your language. At the moment, I'm exploring with you an allegation, as you know, that you misrepresented the business case to the board. And the allegation, as you know, is that you misrepresented the ETC to the board when saying it excluded hedging and escalation, when it in fact included it. And it seems to me that you made that concession earlier in your evidence.
Okay, Chair, I may well have, yes.
You don't want to change your evidence.
Come again?
You don't want to change your evidence.
I've tried to explain, Mr. Mybeck,
All right.
that this thing that you're going on about was, from where I was sitting, not an important issue. I think we are nitpicking about the wear and tear of the tires, really,
Well, let's come to the
in the
importance
trip
of that.
from Durban to here.
All right. I'll come to the importance of it because it becomes more apparent. So when Mr. Callard and Mr. Mueller say that they reran the numbers and they came to a conclusion that the original business case included forex and hedging, you would agree with that?
No, you see, this is exactly my point.
Right.
So there was a business case of 38 billion. Mr. Is it Laher?
Mola and Lahe.
Laher. Recalculated it and came to a calculation of 43 billion, is it?
No, they didn't, Mr. Molefe. You really are. If you would bear with me what happened. You see, these people were asked to do two things.
Yes.
Firstly, they were asked to determine, did the original business case include hedging and escalation? And you've accepted it did. Then what they were asked to do is they were asked, and Mr. Lahert deals with this, we were also requested to recalculate the ETC in the business case adjusted to factors for which we now know,
Yes.
i.e. contract delivery period, exchange rates, etc.
Yes.
And then they came to that figure. And that related to whether the increase from 38 to 55 was justifiable. But what they were first asked to do is to determine whether the initial business case of 36.8 included hedging and escalation, and you've accepted that it did. So presumably you don't take issue with that part of the evidence.
No.
Right. And what is also important is Dr. Fine of McKinsey gave evidence before this commission. Did you have occasion to hear or learn of his evidence?
No.
So on day 322, the 10th of December 2020, Mr. Fine was examined by my colleague, Mr. Cheskelson.
Was I issued with a 3-2
No, no, no.
or I was not implicated? Okay.
I'm going to read to you what Mr. Fine said.
Yes.
At line 20, there are a couple of points I just want to stress up front. McKinsey predominantly was involved in the business case, and that business case did confirm Transnet's numbers of 38.6 billion, including, and to be precise, including foreign exchange and including escalations. You would agree with that evidence?
Yes.
And then, of course, importantly, is the evidence of Mr. Chowby. Perhaps we can go to that, and no doubt you would agree with it as well. That you find, and we've been to one of these reports yesterday. Could I ask you please to go to exhibit BB8, in brackets little b.
Yes.
If I could ask you, please, and this is again something divided into two parts. We're dealing with part one, and if I could ask you, well, let's go to page one. There you find the affidavit of Mr. Chowby. And if I could take you, please, then to page 7 at paragraph 4. Summary of findings, 4.1, I concluded from the investigations on the acquisition of the 1064 locomotives that, sub 1, the variables and assumptions used to model the 18 April 2013 business case were reasonable, and then sub 2, the ETC of 38.6 billion included escalation and foreign currency exchange rate hedging costs and was an acceptable estimate for the total costs of acquiring the locomotives. Now, you've accepted that, correct?
Yes.
And then he goes on to deal with another question, and that was that the 41% increase in the ETC from 38.6 billion to 54.5 billion was not in its totality justifiable. Now, that's a different question, which we're going to come to
No,
now.
not only that.
Yes.
It displays Mr. What's his name?
Chowby.
Yes. Mr. Chalmers' lack of experience and unprofessionalism.
No, fair enough. Are we going to...
Because he says the increase in ETC from 38.6 billion to 54.5 billion was not justifiable. 54.5 billion is not ETC.
We're going to come to that part.
So those two numbers, 38.6 billion is ETC. 54.5 billion is something else.
Right.
54.5 billion is based on what the bidders gave us as prices.
Mr. Malefe, I'm
So
going to...
he's comparing things that a person with a minimum understanding of finance
All right.
should not be comparing.
But the only point is, I'm still dealing at the moment with the first question that he was asked to examine, and there it seems to be common cause between us. So let us then go forward in the chronology. We know that on the 23rd of May, 2014, you and Mr. Singh and Mr. Gama recommended to the BADC that there should be an increase in price. Is that correct?
We recommended that there should be an increase.
So now we're getting to the 23rd of May, 2014.
Can I see that recommendation?
If I could ask you please to go to page, oh, sorry, to exhibit BB4 in brackets little b. Something we've looked at already.
Yes. Yes.
All right, are you there?
Yes.
What's, just repeat the page.
Exhibit BB4 in brackets little b, and I'd like to take you, please, Chairperson, to page FQC 714. So this was the memorandum that I was referring you to. 714, it's to the Board Acquisition and Disposal Committee, and it's from yourself. Correct? Oh, sorry, are you not there? Are you there, Mr. Malefe?
Yes.
Could I ask you, please, you can keep your finger there, but could you turn forward to page FQC 731, which is the signature page?
Yes.
731?
731.
Yes, 731. It's recommended by Mr. Singh, Mr. Gama, and you in turn, and you sign on the 23rd of May, 2014. Is that right?
Yes.
Could I ask you then to turn back to page 714? 714.
Yes.
Could you read what the purpose of your memorandum was into the record, please? Paragraph 1.
To note the reasons for the increase in ETC.
Yes, and that's A, and B.
To request that the BADs recommend an increase in the ETC from 1064 to 30, from 38.6 billion to 54.5 billion.
So what the purpose was to request a recommendation of an increase in the ETC, correct?
Yes.
So perhaps Mr. Chaubi is not as incompetent as you thought.
Oh yeah, I still think it is though.
I just saw that too.
Yeah.
In fact,
Yes.
all right. Let me.
But can we clarify one thing?
Well, can I first go to what was recommended, and I'll give you the opportunity. I just want to finish off this document.
Yes.
If you go to page FQC 731,
Yes.
there it is recommended that at 108 paragraph B, the BADC
Yes.
recommends an increase in
Yes.
estimated total cost ETC for the acquisition of the 1064 locomotives Transnet Freight Rails business from 38.6 to 54.5.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you wanted to explain?
Before that, I think, Mr. Maibek, to be fair to Mr. Chabi, you need to say exactly what you meant.
I'm going to come back to Mr. Chaubi.
Yeah, well, maybe that might be too far.
Yeah. Well, I think,
Yes.
in effect, what
What,
Mr.
what all three of us were laughing about.
Yes.
Yeah, about the ETC, increase in ETC, I think that's what you were talking about.
Well, Mr. Chaubi was asked to determine whether the increase in the ETC was reasonable and justifiable, and that was the correct question to be asked based on this memorandum submitted and approved by or recommended by Mr. Molefe.
Well,
Chairperson?
maybe we were at cross purposes, and both of you may indicate if I misunderstand something. Mr. Molefe had criticized Mr. Chaubi for talking about an increase of ETC
Correct.
from 38.6 billion to 54 point whatever, on the basis that 54 point whatever billion was not
The ETC.
ETC. So, but this memo here that has got his signature also talks along the same lines. That's what we
Except-
were all talking about.
Except that in substance, the 54.5 billion is not an estimate. It is the outcome of negotiation.
No. You were making the point. My understanding was simply that you were saying he was, well, firstly, using wrong language because 54 is not ETC, but two, you were saying that it reflected a fundamental misunderstanding on his
Yes,
part.
yes.
So at this stage, I'm simply saying,
Perhaps,
but at least
Chairperson.
the language used seems to be the same as in your memo.
Yes, perhaps, Chairperson, our using of that same language in this memo reflects a similar amateurism
Okay. I think that's fair enough.
that we also had.
I think that's fair. That's fair.
But the substance is that the difference between the 38.6 billion is that the 38.6 billion was a desktop estimate of what the trains would cost. 54 is the actual cost. So actually, on reflection, this should not have been crafted as an increase in ETC. It was to say that we had budgeted to spend 38.6 billion. The reality is that the trains are going to cost 54.5 billion after the bidders submitted the price and after negotiation. And I think what the memo tries to capture is the differences that led to the increase to 54.5 billion, or rather 49, because 5 million of it is contingency. Yeah. So the main drivers are what is captured in the memo.
Mr. Myberg?
So and these main drivers were the outcome of negotiations.
It's a convenient time to take the tea adjournment, Chairperson.
We still have 5 minutes. If,
All right.
Yeah, if you want to use that.
Yes, so, without wanting to be uncharitable to you, Mr. Molefe, do I understand you now to say that insofar as there was amateurism, it was now on your part, not on Mr. Chaubi's part?
All of us.
All right. So let us then have a look at the reasons for this increase. This is at page FQC 714. Executive summary, paragraph 2. In summary, the increase in the ETC of 15.9 billion can be attributed to the following. And you will see there that there are 4 or 5 different reasons. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the one causing the greatest increase in the ETC was risk mitigation, forex and escalation. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you understand the controversy. Controversy is that was actually included in the initial business case.
Yes.
And you accept then that that accounted for 59% of the increase.
Forex and
Escalation.
escalations are functions of assumptions that change with time, even with the people that are calculating them. So if I was to ask you, if they were included in the 38 billion, how much was it and what were the assumptions?
Can we turn to the next page?
Yes.
Paragraph 715, sorry, page FQC 715, background.
Yeah.
Paragraph 14.
Yes.
Now, perhaps one gets a better sense of the problem. The acquisition of the 1064 locomotives was approved by the Board of Directors in April 2013 at a cost of 38.6 billion. This excluded the following costs:
Yes.
hedging and escalation. In other words, what's presented to the board is that this massive change in the ETC is attributable by and large, 59%, to the fact that we initially excluded these costs and now they're being included, which you accept is wrong. Your own case is they were included initially. You see the problem, Mr. Malefe?
No, I don't.
All right. Okay. So then comes the issue of...
Chairperson, can I make a point?
Yeah.
With the different assumptions that are being made on the calculation of this ETC. Fact of the matter is that there was a calculation of 38 billion, with or without forex hedging and assumptions and so on. There was a figure of 38 billion. Then Mr. Is it Laher was asked to calculate ETC. So he calculated ETC and came to about, I think, 43 billion, thereabout. He says in his evidence that I recalculated it, and this is what I arrived at. And then Mr. Khaled also made a calculation of the ETC. I'm not sure what his assumptions were.
Yes, but Mr. Malefe, what you, with respect...
No, I'm trying
sorry, carry on.
I'm trying to. So they were actually, of the ETC, so these three calculations are based on the desktop study. So the first one is 38 billion. And there's disagreement or controversy or representations or misrepresentations that it did or did not include hedging. So that was 38 billion. Mr. I think Laher calculated, came to 43 billion. Mr. Khaled made a calculation of the ETC. So what he did is he went back to the desk and recalculated the ETC. And his figure was 45 billion. And the final figure was 49 billion. All I'm trying to say, Chairperson, is that in the calculation of these ETCs and the negotiations and so on, you're bound to come up with different numbers. But that was not the point of executive decision. Executive decisions are, can you live with what the bidders are prepared to receive? And if you look at the paragraph 7 of this memo, it says the NPV of the business case remains positive at 11.68 billion at 49 billion. So the NPV remains positive at 49 billion. From an executive decision point of view, that is sufficient to tell us whether or not to proceed with the negotiated 49 billion plus contingencies or not. That is the decision-making process in a transaction like this. We hardly ever go into, or at least at the level of the CEO, into the pedantic calculations of the assumptions behind forex escalations or not. What we want to know is, 49 billion, is it fixed? Does it have a positive NPV?
Yes, is this an appropriate time now to take the tier German?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's take the tier gentleman. I'm just going to add another 5 minutes in order to attend to somebody. We'll adjourn, we'll resume at 25 to. We adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you. Mr. Malefe, we were dealing with FQC, page 714. Are you still there? In exhibit BB4, little b. BB4, small b. I think you probably have it in front of you there.
Just repeat that so I can check whether I've got it here.
Exhibit BB4, in brackets, little b.
Oh, yeah, I've got it.
And page, Chairperson, FQC 714. It's your memorandum to the BADC. You have it?
Yes.
I just want to turn to one other thing. If you go to page 717, you see at paragraph 23, it says, the increase in the ETC of 15.9 billion is due to the following reasons.
Yes.
I just want to drop down to D. We've already dealt with others. D says the cost of reducing the batch size. You see
Yes.
that? And it cross-refers to item D of table 2. Could I please take you to that? It's over the page at FQC 718.
Yes.
And you'll see there that if you look on the right-hand side, there you'll see a D, letter D. And on the left of that, it talks about batch pricing adjustment. Then you get D, and the amount attributable to that is 2.7 billion. You confirm that?
Yes.
All right. Now, what we know, so this is a memorandum to the BADC, which you sign on the 23rd of May.
Yes.
Would you agree that on the same day, you made the same recommendation to the Board of Directors in another memorandum?
To reduce the batch price.
Sorry?
To reduce the batches.
No, you made exactly the same recommendation that you made here to the BADC at page 714, running
Yes.
through to page 731. You made the same
Yes.
recommendation to the board.
Yes, yes.
Let's go to that document. That document you find in another file, Mr. Chauby's file, BB8 in brackets, little b.
Yes.
That file is divided into two parts. We're dealing with part 1. So it's exhibit BB8 in brackets B.1. Could I take you please to page, these are red numbers, on the right-hand side, page 165.
Yes.
All right. And I'll just ask you to confirm that this is the same memorandum.
Yes.
165, it runs through where it's signed at 182.
Yes.
All right, and then I would just ask you to confirm that on the 28th of May 2014, a few days later, the Board of Directors in fact approved your recommendation.
Yes.
Perhaps I could take you to the Fundutsi report. That is in bundle 6. I could take you please to page 184.
Is it bundle 6, Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, bundle 6, Chairperson.
And page 184, did you say?
184, correct? If I could ask you, Mr. Malefe, please to have a look at the heading towards the middle of the page, board meeting on 28 May, and there at paragraph 5.9.12.7, on 28 May, the board noted the reasons for the increase in the ETC and approved an increase in the ETC for the acquisition of the 1064 locomotives for GFB from 38.6 billion to 54.5 billion. You confirm that?
Yes. Except, Chairperson, the use of ETC in all these documents is unfortunate. The 54.5 billion was not an estimate. It is what the negotiated actual price was. 49 billion plus 10% contingency in 5 billion. So, it is really not an increase. The 54.5 billion is the negotiated price for the locomotives. And the negotiations had different aspects to them, different things that were negotiated during the negotiations. That brought the amount to 54 billion.
But of course, what you sought to do through these two memoranda, one to the BATC and the other to the board, was you sought to explain to them how come there was such a big gap between the ETC of 38.6 billion rand that you had told them about
and the actual price. Yes.
That you sought to explain that.
Yes.
In doing so,
yes,
you brought in the issue of these costs.
Yes.
And said they had been excluded when in fact they had been included. I think that's where we are. Okay. Okay. All right. Mr.
Mr. Malefe, I just want to put it to you that on your evidence, then it seems there's a further misrepresentation made to the board, because you represented that this was an increase in the ETC. You didn't represent that it was the contract price.
But it is the contract price.
But you're not listening to my question, please. On your own version, there's then a misrepresentation to the board. Another misrepresentation.
Chairperson, I doubt if anybody understood this, even the use of the ETC, to mean that the 54 billion was an estimate. It was the negotiated price. It was the price that we were going to pay for the locomotives.
So your answer is that, well, do you accept it's a misrepresentation or not? You made a recommendation. On the basis of your recommendation, it was then approved in the exact terms
Yeah,
by the board.
it would be a misrepresentation if there was anybody in the board who thought that we were still trying to estimate. We were not trying to estimate. This was the actual cost. The use of terminology is unfortunate. But from the board's understanding, I am confident that the board understood this to mean this is the price that we are going to pay for the locomotives.
Where did you tell the board that you had already concluded the contracts?
The negotiations were concluded at this point.
All right. Now,
I think Mr. Mybeck seeks to establish whether in the memorandum you told the board that the negotiations had been concluded, this was going to be the price. You must tell me, Mr. Mybeck, if I'm misunderstood your question.
Yes.
Correctly reformulated. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, I would have to go and look at the point, exactly
that's
when the board was told that the
Yeah.
negotiations were concluded.
Could I ask you, please, then, to turn back
But maybe,
to...
I'm sorry. Are you going to, among other things, look at the memo to see whether that point was made, or you are saying, no, I didn't make that point in the memo, but the board had been told at some stage before the memo that the negotiations had been concluded?
Either at some stage or in the memo, I'm not sure.
Okay,
I'll have to look at exactly when the board was told that this was
Okay,
not.
no, that's fine. I just
this was
wanted
the
to be
negotiated
sure.
price.
I wanted to be sure whether, as far as the memo is concerned, there is an acceptance that is not there, but you'll check somewhere. But you are saying you'll check in the memo and you'll check elsewhere. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Molefe, could I please ask you to go back to Mr. Chaube's file, Exhibit BB8, in brackets small b, point 1. Now, if you turn, please, to page 36. Mr. Chaube deals with the increase in the ETC from 38.6 billion to 54.5 billion. And ultimately, you'll see that if you go over the page to paragraph 9.52, he says, our finding was that the increase argued for in the memorandum to the board, this is yours, was unjustifiably high, own emphasis. And then he deals with the reasons for the increase in the STC, and he deals with the ETC, I beg your pardon. He deals with all of them. If you go, for example, to page 38, risk mitigation, forex and escalation, Transnet engineering, contingencies, he deals with batch pricing.
Yes.
Page 40, he deals with build up to the ETC of 54.5 million. He looks forward, he looks backwards. If I could ask you to have a look at, for example, page 46, forward escalation. How did I arrive at the escalation costs? Foreign currency and hedging costs again at 47. How did I compute the FX hedging costs at 48? Deals with contingencies, and then this is his conclusion.
He's talking about his own calculations.
Yes. Can I ask you please to go, because that's what you convinced the board to approve. He's dealing with their approval. Now let's go to the conclusion, please.
On page?
Page 50. He concludes that the deterioration in economic conditions, inflation and foreign currency warranted an increase in the ETC of 38.6. So he says it should have gone up. An increase of 15.9 billion, which is what you sought approval for, was however not justifiable. Barring the additional costs that come from Transnet engineering, I opine that an 11% increase in the ETC from 38.6 billion to 42.8 billion would be reasonable, allowing for the Transnet engineering cost of 2.6 billion, an 18% increase in the ETC to 45.4 billion would have been reasonable. So what do you say to that?
Oh, so this was Mr. Kallat's calculation.
I beg your pardon?
This was Mr. Kallat's calculation.
No, this is not Mr. Callard's calculation. This is Mr. Chaubi, the expert's calculation.
Yeah.
Are we going to come to Mr. Callard? Can you please just direct your attention to this?
Yes.
Mr. Malefe,
Yes.
I'll take you, and I know you want to refer to Mr. Callard and Mr. Lahore. We'll go there. I'm asking you please to address this conclusion. What do you say? Is it like what you said yesterday, that this is an art and not a science?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Anything else to add to that?
Chairperson, if you look at my affidavit, so the original ETC calculation was 38 billion, with or without some of the assumptions that it had made. In January 2018, paragraph 59 of my affidavit, page 40, it says, January 2018, Mr. Francis Callard reviewed and recalculated the ETC. His revised number was 40.457 billion. 40.457 billion. And this is in the statement of Mr. Yusuf Lahar. And then this number of Mr.
Chabi.
No, of Mr. Callard was further revised by a group of Transnet professionals to 45.8 billion. Now, according to Mr. Lahar, this amount was 3.747 billion lower than the original contracted price. So this amount is 3 billion less than the 49 billion. So the ETC was recalculated by Mr. Callard to 40.457 billion. Mr. Lahar calculated it to 45.8 billion. And then Mr. Chabi has another number.
45.4 billion.
45.4 billion.
Okay, I think you must just repeat that. You were too far away from the mic, that last sentence.
Mr. Chabi came to a number, 45.4 billion. I think this demonstrates my point, that this was not a science. This is all these numbers, none of them is wrong. They just use different assumptions. The question is, Chairperson, and in fact, there is a document that has also come to my attention in the last week that I did not include, which is a presentation that Mr. Callard made when he was calculating his amount, and I will make it available to. In a presentation called Untitled, the presentation has been compiled to present work done to date into the data analysis investigation of the 1064 locomotive deal at Transnet. It's intended to solicit buy-in for the approach and methodologies proposed to facilitate discussion work in progress. Mr. Callard observes in a slide in the presentation that the original business case was based on high-level assumptions for price escalation and changes to forex. He also says there were not detailed supplier quotations and thus supplier quotations and thus are not at the same level of detail as the data received post RFP. Hence, direct comparison to the original business case is not possible. That's what Mr. Khalad says in a presentation on the 22nd of October 2018, a position that I agree with. But my point was, there were several calculations that were made, and to demonstrate my point, there's not one calculation, two calculations that came up with the same number of the ETC. They ranged from 38 billion to 45 point something billion, right? If you are the CEO, a reasonable CEO, that has to go out to market, which number do you go out with? Which number do you permit to be a known number that you are prepared to pay? And I'd argue it's 38 billion. That 38 billion is what we are prepared to pay for the locomotives. That is the number that we went out with, because by going to the board, by putting it in the business case, that is the number that we were indirectly communicating. I talked about some time ago negotiation tactics. If you know that you're going to negotiate, and granted, these calculations were not there, but if they had been made, they would have come with different numbers. The 38 billion was a reasonable number to go out with. These calculations just show that, in fact, at 49 billion, we were not so far off the mark. The increase was, in fact, not 15 billion. Even if you take the average of the three numbers and calculate the difference, or if you take the range or the midpoint or whatever of the three numbers that were calculated. Because in valuations, actually, you don't use one number, you use a range. So if this was to be taken as a range, the increase from the business case or the estimated total cost to the actual number, at worst was about 3 billion. At worst was about 3 billion. And the 3 billion was an outcome of negotiation.
So if I could just take you, if you don't mind.
Chair?
To
Chairperson?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Mulefes referred to a document that he has recently come across. I want to confirm that during break, I've brought this to the attention of Mr. Mayberg.
Okay.
And would appreciate it if it can find its way into the bundles of the Commission. This is a presentation that was prepared by Mr. Khalad.
Yes, we gave the same undertaking as we did yesterday.
Yeah.
Once we have a copy, we will attend to that.
Yeah.
Perhaps I could just ask my learned friend if he has an electronic version of it, if he could, in the interim, send it to my junior, and we will process it perhaps at lunchtime even.
Yeah.
Chair, I want to confirm that I've already sent it to Ms. Lee.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Electronically. Thank you.
Okay.
So can I, Mr. Malefi, let me take you to Mr. Leher's affidavit, please.
That is to whose affidavit?
That's where you get your figures from that you've been speaking about. Go to Exhibit BB4F, please. Yes, I have. BB4F. Pardon, page YIL 18. Now, you'll see at paragraph 69 at the top,
Yes.
Mr. Callard's figure of 40.457 billion excluded the impact of using Transnet Engineering. Do you see that?
Yes.
Mr. Chauby's figure, if you excluded Transnet Engineering, as you know, is 42.8. You see that? You know that?
Come again?
Mr. Chauby's figure, and perhaps I
Yeah.
could ask you, you've still got his affidavit open in
Yes,
front of
yes,
you.
yes.
Mr. Chauby's figure, when excluding Transnet Engineering, is 42.8.
Yes.
You see that? Not
Yes.
vastly different, is it?
Yes.
And then do you see Mr. Leher's calculation, paragraph 70, of 45.8, that now includes Transnet Engineering. Do you see that?
Yes. Yes.
And do you see that Mr. Chauby, he comes to almost exactly the same figure, 45.4 billion.
Yes.
So maybe it's more of a science than it appears.
No, you demonstrated very well that the different assumptions lead to different outcomes.
Now, the outcomes aren't that different. That's the point that I make. Mr. Leher and Mr. Chauby, they are very close to one another.
They're not there. Okay, they're close. I agree. I
So-
can see they're close. But being close, see, if it was a science, it would be precise.
But you are so far out, Mr. Malefe,
No,
that's the
this-
problem.
But that is, as I was saying earlier,
Yeah.
that is the number that you would go out with. If I had to choose between,
You were so far out.
on the low side, yes.
Well, what did you recommend to the board and what did they accept? An increase in the ATC to what?
No, the acceptance of the a negotiated price at 49 billion.
No, that's not what they did, Mr. Malefe.
But I say it was an unfortunate use of terminology to call it ETC. That
And,
was the price that was negotiated.
Do you understand that you attributing and chalking down to an unfortunate change in terminology what might amount to almost 10 billion rand?
I don't know if there is a dispute that the 49 billion or the 54 billion was the price that was the negotiated price of the locomotives.
I think I'm going to leave this topic. I need not to examine you any further over it. I want to talk about batch pricing. Now, we've seen that 2.7 billion of the 15.9 billion increase was attributable to batch pricing.
Yes.
Could I just take you, please, to the M&S report?
What is batch pricing?
We're going to go to the M&S report. Would you please go, and this is in bundle 5.
Yes.
Now, perhaps to answer your question so that we know exactly what I'm dealing with. Could I ask you, please, before we get to that document, to go back to bundle BB4 little b. That's your memorandum to the BADC. Do you have it with you?
BB4 little e.
Yeah, BB4, little b. If I could ask you to turn to the table, which we've gone to already, at FQC 718.
718.
718.
Just 71.
718. 718.
Yes.
Now you'll see we've already dealt with this on the left-hand side of the capital letter D in the middle. Batch pricing adjustment for reduction of batch size to 40% stroke 60%. You see that?
Yes.
There was a reduction of the size.
There was a reduction of?
Of the size of the batches.
Yes.
Right. Now, we could then go, as I'd asked you to do, to the M&S report at bundle 6.
Bundle 6.
Bundle 6, that's the... Now, what M&S do at the foot of page 332 is they quote...
I'm sorry, at what page did you say?
Page 332,
332.
Chairperson.
So what is the red page number?
Don't worry about that, it's very confusing. Just stick to the black ones. All right, 332 on the left-hand side.
I don't have the... Oh, number 6. So you're looking at file number 6?
Yes, have you not got it in open in front of you?
6. Just look at the bundles in front of you.
VB6.
Bundle 6 on the spine. And then the one below that, bundle 6 on the spine. Oh, okay, looks like they found it. Or is that a loan? Is that loaned to him? Or is it his? Okay, page 332, you said, Mr. Myberg?
Yes, I just want to place on record one thing. At the foot of the page, Mr. Malefe, are you there? 332.
What is the page number at the top?
332.
Oh, 332.
Black numbers.
Yes. Yes.
I just want to read into the record where they say at paragraph 4.1.11, under the heading batch pricing, section 3.1 of the RFP relating to the acquisition of the 465 diesel and 599 electric locomotives read as follows, quote, Transnet requires flexibility in exercising options for the acquisition of the locomotives. These options may include suspending or postponing the delivery of the locomotives until a later date or changing quantities. Transnet, however, does not expect to pay a price premium should it exercise any of these options. Would you agree that that was the clause in the RFP?
Yes, that was the clause in the RFP.
Could I then ask you, please, to go to the Findutsi report in the same bundle at page 186. Can I draw your attention then to another issue?
Yes.
Relates to 186 paragraph, third paragraph from the bottom, 5.9.12.12. There, they talk of the Transnet Delegation of Authority framework approved by the board on 29 August and effective from 1 September states that, quote, increase in ETC of projects already approved by the shareholder minister must be reported to the shareholder minister if the increase is in excess of 15%. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would you accept that?
Yes.
Now, was this increase, well, I presume you would accept that there was an increase of more than 15%.
Except I wouldn't have called it ETC.
Sorry?
I wouldn't have called it ETC, but yes, it was more than 15%.
However you see it, it was a
Yes.
lot more than 15%.
Yes.
Right. Was that reported to the shareholder minister?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why did you not ensure that that happened?
I can't recall the reasons why it was not reported, or if it was in fact reported, or if there was any communication by the company secretariat to the ministry about this increase. But yeah. Yes.
Just so that we understand it, whose responsibility ultimately would it have been to report this increase to the shareholder minister?
Well, this would have come out of a board decision, right? I suspect maybe company secretariat.
Not you.
Maybe it was me, I'm not sure.
But this is not a secretarial issue, is it? I mean, it's a very important issue.
Yes. Yes, it would have been me, Chairperson.
Sorry?
It would have been me.
Yes. Now, could I take you, please, to page 326?
But that issue that we've just come back from, what?
Will you please go to page 326 of the same bundle?
Yes.
At paragraph 3.3.6, there's reference to section 54.2 of the PFMA. There's reference to the MOI and the DOA. And at paragraph 3.3.8, the finding is that the failure to seek approval from the ministerial shareholder was in contravention of the PFMA, the MOI, and the DOA. Do you want to comment on that?
No.
When were on a different topic, when were the locomotive supply agreements signed?
Chairperson, I just want to, when we refer to the batch pricing and the section that you referred to in the PPM,
Yeah.
that says that the batch pricing should have been included. As I indicated, throughout the negotiation process, there are teams that include Transnet Legal and Transnet Legal and Transnet audit, internal audit. They were in fact part of the negotiations, and they said in the negotiations, something like that should, because it's detailed, should and would have been picked up by them. And a failure for them to have picked it up at that level before they moved on to the next gate during the negotiations, I think something to the effect that while you're negotiating, you must know that you can't pay for batch pricing. But what came back from the negotiations was that part of what we need to pay for is batch pricing because we reduced batches. And so I just wanted to point out that that was a failure at that level during the negotiations of the batch pricing. On the matter of the PFMA, it is a compliance issue. And Transnet had compliance, legal and compliance. I think to the extent that in this transaction, it was not compliant because it had to be reported to the shareholder minister. This should have been pointed out and rectified at that point. But the correct people to advise and tell us to be compliant would have been legal and compliance. They would have, and in fact, I think legal was part of the negotiations when they saw that this would trigger a report to the minister. I think there should have been a recommendation to report the matter to the minister. Because I think that although the chief executive takes final responsibility, it is not possible in a complex organization like Transnet to keep a tab on every little thing. One relies on the advice and the recommendations from the different divisions to look at compliance, contracts. I expressed surprise yesterday about the master services agreement, the way that it had been done, that I was not aware of.
Well, I mean, I suppose what's important is you've accepted now that batch pricing and the splitting of batches was wrong. And you say it should have been picked up
I'd
by...
say it may have been wrong.
Yes.
Perhaps when the people that were at the negotiations come here and explain exactly what happened.
Yes, well, they have been here. You see, that's the thing I want to get to, if you don't mind. So what Mr. Leher says, and in fact there's a transcript of this exchange between...
So Mr. Leher was from which department?
Mr. Leher was in these negotiations.
Yeah, which department?
He was part of the Locomotive.
Yeah, but from where did he work at
Mr.
Transnet?
Malefe, let me just... I don't know the answer to that. Can I just tell you...
Saying that
Yes,
Mr.
Mr. Malefe, the evidence leader asks questions and you respond. And where it's necessary to get clarification on his questions, you can ask for clarification.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yeah.
If it is important, Mr. Leher was from the finance department.
Yes.
He says he was a chartered accountant. Or he
Yes.
is a chartered accountant.
Yes.
And he was part of the negotiating team.
Yes.
Now, I understand there was a Locomotive negotiating team, and then there was a steering committee. Is
Yes.
that right? And who comprised that steering committee?
No, it was a team from different parts of the organization, but it included an assurance team.
Is
And the assurance team included people from internal audit and legal. And the point that I was making was that this particular issue should have been picked up by assurance.
we're going to come to it.
And so,
because
Mr. Leher,
yeah.
I'm not aware that he was in the assurance team.
Let me just cut to the chase now.
Yes.
All right. Were you not part of the Locomotive Steering Committee, you, Singh, and Mr. Gama?
I was.
Right. So what?
But I was not in the negotiating teams.
Yes, but who was in the negotiations was Mr. Singh.
Yes.
Right. And Mr. Leher worked together with Mr. Singh.
Yes.
Right. So let me tell you what Mr. Leher's evidence is. Mr. Leher says to Mr. Singh, it's a transcript of this, that batch pricing is contrary to the RFP. We can't do this, not at this late stage, because then we should go out to tender again, because the RFP didn't provide for it. Mr. Leher told Mr. Singh that. Did Mr. Singh, sorry, if you don't mind,
Yes.
if you bear with me, did Mr. Singh bring that to your attention?
No.
All right. So that's the issue of batch pricing. Now, when we get to the ministerial authority or approval, do I understand that you can get that ex post facto? Do you need to get approval before the increase in the contract, or can you just increase it and get approval afterwards?
Oh, it's possible to get it ex post facto.
Is it possible?
Yes.
But should it be got before or after?
Well, if it is obtained ex post facto, it has the same effect as it has been obtained before.
But what about if the minister says, no, I don't give approval?
Then there is a problem.
Yes, well, that's why presumably it's wise to do so beforehand.
Yes, it is a problem if it can't be obtained ex post facto. But once it is obtained ex post facto, it is ratified.
Yes, but that didn't happen here, so there remains a very serious
No, you're
problem.
just asking, I suppose, theoretically, the effect of ex post facto approval.
Mr. Malefe, you were the Group Chief Executive Officer. You proposed a massive increase in the ETC. Did you not know that you had to get ministerial approval?
Well, I can't recall what my state of mind was at the time.
Yes.
Maybe I knew, maybe it slipped, maybe I can't recall what my state of mind was at the moment. What I'm pointing out is that perhaps the legal department or compliance should have then said, oops, we're missing a step. We need to get approval from the minister. You know, Mr. Maibek, the increase in ETC, well, what is now called the increase in ETC, was from 38 billion to 54 billion. But we also know that the ETC was recalculated by even Mr. Chabi. So Mr. Chabi's calculation, if it is to be accepted, or Mr. Lahe, or the adjusted calculation by Mr. Lahe and Mr. Khalad. So if we take those calculations and say the 38 billion calculation was wrong and should never have been used, the real calculation would actually be 45 billion, thereabouts, and that the increase in the real ETC would have been about 3 billion. And that is what they say even in the MNS report. So they say that had the 38 billion been calculated properly, it would in fact have been 45 and not 38. But Chairperson, I submit that the 38 billion was convenient and necessary from a negotiation point of view. Because if we had gone out with a 45 billion rand known figure, that is where we're starting, we would have paid more.
So, Mr. Malefe,
We would have paid more than 49 billion.
if I could take you back to my question. In relation to ministerial approval, I take it you would accept that if legal and compliance failed to obtain ministerial approval, you as the Group Chief Executive must carry that can. It's not something that you can just palm off to legal and compliance. You bear the ultimate responsibility.
Yes,
obviously.
I will carry the can. However, I submit that it was not done intentionally or out of malice.
But how does one forget? Sorry, and I suppose we're lucky to have someone like you here to help us with this. Once you're talking about billions of rands.
Yes.
How does one forget to get ministerial approval for an increase of billions of rands? I mean, yesterday you pointed out to me just how much a billion or 2 or 3 is with reference to Transnet's profits and turnover. How does one forget or not ensure, perhaps that's a better way of putting it, that this regulatory compliance is achieved?
Because I'm human, Chairperson.
All right. Let me go to something. Would you also then accept that if the chairperson finds that batch pricing was contrary to the RFP and ought not to have been allowed, that you must carry the can ultimately for that as well.
Chairperson, ultimately, I'm the chief executive.
Yes.
And I should take responsibility.
Okay.
However, I will hasten to mention that none of these things that happened here were happening because it was a deliberate, intentional outcome that we do not have ministerial approval that batch pricing is included. I would be at pains to explain that in terms of there was a failure in our system, in the sense that during the assurance process, these things should have been pointed out.
I take it that when Transnet teams, different teams, or the team, certainly the group chief executive officer, handles a matter as big as this, somebody would be tasked with the function to say, please highlight to all concerned
Yes.
what requirements or hurdles
Yes.
need to be taken care of
Yes.
before this whole thing can be successful.
Yes.
And I would have thought that there would be such a document, and somebody would have said, hang on, at this stage we will need to get ministerial approval.
Yes.
You accept that that is what
Yes.
one would expect.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
But you say it wasn't done in this case?
no, that is why I was explaining yesterday that in a procurement process like this, there are gates. So there's supposed to be a gate that was not supposed to be opened if the batch pricing was not correct, where assurance was supposed to say, you can't proceed because you have included batch pricing and you're not supposed to include batch pricing. But the assurance report, and I would be interested to get the different assurance reports at the different gates, including right at the end where the contract was signed. Because even as we are going to sign the contract, the assurance people are supposed to say, go ahead and sign. And I believe that there are reports, the assurance reports, that said everything was fine. But it would be interesting from an investigation point of view to find out at these different levels, what did the assurance people say? Did they not pick these things up? And was there at any point where, for example, I was told everything is fine, go to the press announcement and sign the transaction. So that is my point, that between internal audit, compliance, and legal, there was assurance. In fact, on a transaction like this, we even require external assurance. And I can't remember what form external assurance took, but as far as I remember, assurance was given. Otherwise, I wouldn't have moved on it.
Okay, Mr. Maibek.
Thank you. Can I take you still in bundle 6, please, to page 289. 289. You'll see there that at the top of 289, this is from the M&S report.
Yes.
They deal with members of the Transnet Locomotive Steering Committee in 2014. I just ask you to confirm it was you, Mr. Malefe, Mr. Singh,
Yes.
and the 3 others. And then there was a subcommittee of that steering committee. And that was you, Mr. Garma, and Mr. Singh.
Yes.
And you say you weren't present in the negotiations. Mr. Singh, we know was. Would you confirm that?
Yes.
And would he report back to you on the progress of the negotiations?
Yes, yes, you would inform me of what is going on in the negotiations.
And did you expect him to do that honestly and faithfully?
Yes,
And Mr. Garma, was he part of the negotiation?
yes, yes.
And did he also report back to you?
Yes, they both came and reported to me what was happening.
And no doubt you would have expected him to do so honestly and faithfully as well, obviously.
Yes.
Now, we know from Mr. Leher that it took quite a long time to compile these memos that were presented to the BADC and the...
If before we move on, what is not clear in this list of people are the assurance, exactly who the assurance people were, because it's finance and technical. But I submit that there was legal and audit and internal audit.
There was,
Legal and internal audit.
would assurance always be the same departments or units, or it could change depending on the
So
subject matter?
they give different types of assurance. There's the assurance from a legal point of view, that everything is fine. Then there's assurance from an internal audit point of view, that everything is fine. For example, when the tenders are submitted, and they must be submitted at 12 o'clock, somebody from internal audit says the tenders were submitted at 12 o'clock, those that arrived at 12:05 were
Excluded.
excluded.
Yeah.
So, and that is an assurance
Yeah.
that opens the next gate.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but I need just to retrace my steps. And please forgive me if it's something you've already answered. Did you yourself know that you had to get ministerial approval?
Actually, we had obtained ministerial approval
I'm
at the
talking
beginning
about for
of
the
the
increase.
process. Yeah.
Yeah.
So ministerial approval had been obtained before.
Yes.
Perhaps maybe what went on in my head was we do have ministerial approval to do this. The thing that fell between the cracks was the fact that the increase in the price from what was the approved ETC to the final price required ministerial approval. That is perhaps what fell between the cracks that we should have been advised on.
Yes, that's not what I'm asking you. I mean, did you know that you had to get ministerial approval for the increase? I mean, falling through the cracks is not what I'm looking at. Did you personally know that you had to get approval?
Yes.
You did know?
Yes.
All right.
I knew that we had to get approval for the transaction. We did obtain approval for the transaction. What we, however, failed to do at the end is to get approval for the increase.
When you got approval from for the transaction originally, were you involved in that process?
Yes, I was involved.
Did you sign off the document as the group chief executive?
Actually, I can't remember how the approval was obtained, as to who, in what form the request went to the minister. I don't know if it went under my hand or under somebody else's hand.
But such a request, I would imagine,
Normally,
it would have to go under your hand,
the chairperson,
or the chairperson of the
chairperson's
board,
hand.
but not somebody junior to you.
No, it would be, actually, I think it may be the chairperson's hand.
Yeah. Know that.
All right, now let's just deal with one or two other things. We know that CSR, they were awarded 359 of the 1064 locomotives, correct?
Yes.
Can I ask you please to go to page 314 of bundle 6? And could I just direct your attention to a finding made by M&S at paragraph 2.5.2. Are you there?
Yes.
It says, and I think we've touched on this already, Mr. Sharma, the chairperson of the BADC, and ESSA were business associates through inter alia the business interests they had in various companies. Mr. ESSA, on behalf of one of his companies, Tequesta, concluded a business development service agreement with CSR Hong Kong on 18 May 2015. Salient terms of the business development agreement state that 1. Tequesta was appointed to provide advisory services, in particular assist CSR Hong Kong to secure the current electric locomotive tender. And Roman numeral 2, in return, Mr. Esser would get paid 21% of the contract value concluded with Transnet. That was what their research showed. Did you know anything about that?
No.
Did you know anything about links between Mr. Sharma and Mr. Esser?
No.
And if you had known of them, what would you have done?
Well, I did not know of them.
My question is, if you had known, what would you have done?
I don't know what I would have done at the time, but I did not know of them.
I want to turn now to another topic. So finally, we leave the locomotives and the transaction advisors around the locomotives. Can I just ask you, when those memoranda to the BADC and the board were prepared, just bear with me for a second. And those memoranda we've seen, we've looked at them. They were approved or recommended in May of 2014, correct?
Yes.
Can you recall whether or which consultants gave input into the increase in the ETC?
My understanding is that the increase was an outcome of the negotiations.
But can you remember
so
who
if you're
the
asking who was
Yeah.
advising,
Yeah.
I actually can't remember who was advising the negotiating team.
All right.
Yes.
You don't know whether this was appointed, which regiments were on the scene to the exclusion of McKinsey, and what, you don't have a clear recollection of
No,
that?
I can't recall what
All
was.
right. Can we please then turn to another topic, and that relates to the Neotel contracts.
Yes.
Now, let me just, before I take you to the relevant documents, I suppose it's refreshing that we're talking about something else now. I know that you've dealt with this in your affidavit, but I'll just ask you to confirm this before we go to the controversy. Mr. Molefe, on the 31st of October 2013,
Yes.
Ms. Chetty was, then she was the acting group chief executive, and she
Yes.
awarded a contract to Neotel. Is that right?
That's right.
And then you reversed this decision, and we'll come to the reasons why. And you appointed T-Systems in a memorandum dated the next month, 20 November, correct? 2013. Is that right?
Yes.
You did that without consulting with Ms. Chetty, correct?
Yes.
And you would have seen that she says, well, all your reasons for reversing her decision was bad.
She says what?
She said all of your reasons for reversing her decision were bad. You've seen that, right? You've seen her affidavit.
Yeah, I can't recall exactly what the reasons were, according to her.
Are you looking for her affidavit? Are you looking for her affidavit?
No, I'm just putting away that file.
Oh, okay. No, I
That-
thought you wanted to check something before
Yeah.
responding to the question.
I'm just trying to paraphrase things because
Yes.
we obviously don't have a lot of time left.
Yes.
So she says that all of your reasons for reversing her decision are bad. I'm going to come to your position now. Mr. Fulming, you would have seen, also says your reasons for reversing the decision were bad. Mr. van der Westhuizen also gives some evidence about this.
Yes.
What we know then is about 6 months later, on the 6th of June 2014, after opinions had been obtained from a senior counsel and, as I understand, your external auditors, you then revoke your decision.
Yes, on advice.
All right. So tell us then why you changed and revoked Ms. Chetty's award to Neotel in favor of T-Systems. Why did you take the contract from Neotel and give it to T-Systems? And you've dealt with it in your affidavit. I'm happy if you go there.
Yeah, there was in fact a letter that I wrote, or a memo that I wrote
Where you gave reasons.
that gave reasons, yes, to I think it was to Mr. Singh. It was one of those instances where I wrote a memo downwards to say, I don't agree with your decision, and these are my reasons. And the reasons were that Neotel was the incumbent. Neotel, while they were working on Transnet systems, is where they were working, what they were working on, we had a breach of the firewalls under their watch, which had cost us some kind of embarrassment because we don't know what information was taken out of the Transnet systems. There had been security cameras that had been installed at the ports that were not working, which was embarrassing because in terms of our membership of international ports organizations, these security systems were supposed to have been working. And Vodacom had bid for the same tender and had lost. But now Vodacom was in the process of buying Neotel. So I then said, this is like giving the tender to Vodacom because they have bid and they have lost and now they're buying Neotel. We have to understand this transaction between Vodacom and Neotel. How do you award a transaction to a company that is publicly on sale? Because the sale could come with its own uncertainties and could result in things that were envisaged in the tender being very different to the outcome. So those were my reasons. Incidentally, when Ms. Chetty also awarded the tender, she wrote by hand on her memo of award that Neotel must give us some assurance relating to the Vodacom transaction, which in my opinion meant she had put a condition precedent to the award, that yeah, we are awarding, but they must first do this. So she did that on the 31st. And I said, for these reasons, I feel that we need a new incumbent because of the failures that had happened under Neotel. Of course, internal audit and legal, after I had written that memo, came back and said, your reasons don't hold water. This tender has been awarded. And then I recommended that the second company on on the recommendations should be awarded the tender. Internal audit came back and legal, and they said, no, you cannot do what you are trying to do to reverse the transaction. So it was a recommendation to give it to T-Systems. You cannot do what you are proposing to do. And they also had opinion of senior counsel, who also said that it could not be done. And I agreed. And I even said, well, at least I have told you my concerns about why we're doing this thing. If things happen in the future with Neotel, it shall be recorded that I did not come back from where I was and just rubber stamp the decision that I thought was patently wrong. So that is what happened with the matter check.
But Mr. Malefe, you didn't need senior counsel to tell you that you can't just simply take away a contract that had been awarded to Neotel and just give it to T-Systems.
No, my interpretation, my layman's interpretation was that the condition.
There was no condition. She had issued a letter.
Yeah, which is why I needed senior counsel's opinion. Maybe you didn't need senior counsel's opinion.
You didn't what?
That is, which is why maybe I needed to be told by senior counsel.
You didn't need to be told. I mean, she had issued a letter of approval
Yes.
in favor of Neotel.
Yes.
I mean, just to make this very simple, here is a woman who was acting in your position.
Yes.
She awards a contract to Neotel, does all the paperwork, signs all the letters, it's properly appointed. You come along a month later without even speaking to her.
No, not a month later.
Well, she awards the contract on 31 October.
Yes.
We've gone through the chronology. On 20 November, okay, not a month, 3 weeks later,
Yes.
you simply take away that contract from Neotel and you give it to T-Systems.
Well, my recollection is that it was conditional. I thought it could be done because I had concerns, and I tabled my concerns.
All right, well, let me go to Ms. Chetty, her affidavit. I think this is a new file, BB6.
Yes.
Do you have it?
Yes.
All right, so if we have a look at page 88,
Yes.
SC 88, that's your, I think it's the memo that you speak about. This is on 20 November. This is the reversal, correct?
Yes.
This is quite a long memo, and it contains a lot of quoting, you see, at pages 89, 90, 91. Let's get to the meat of it. That's at 92. You say at paragraph 7, and it's eloquently written, I have the following specific concerns with your recommendation. And responses to me, including responses, etc., and you set them out, A, B, C, D, E. Counterparty risk and alienation of state assets, concentration risk as Transnet is Neotel's largest client, triple B, double E partners, information security incident, and CCTV camera exposures. And then you go and articulate each of those points, correct?
Yes.
In the balance of this.
Yes.
And you then conclude that due to the above, you effectively revoke then the award and you appoint T-Systems. We see that at the foot of page 93.
Yes, I also saw that this network is at the heart of the Transnet business, and I'm of the view that awarding the business to Neotel will expose Transnet to unnecessary risk.
Yes. And then what you also did at 22, at page 94, is you say, I approve that the 248 million be taken into consideration. Right, so let's just understand what that means. If you go back to page 93 and paragraph 21 at the foot of the page, post the close of the final offers being submitted, T-Systems indicated that they, unfortunately, due to the strict timelines set by Transnet, only managed to get confirmation from their shareholder on certain pricing elements, and that they would be in a position to reduce the price submitted the week before by a further 248 million. And you then say, I approve the 248 million, or that the 248 million be taken into consideration as part of T-Systems' best and final offer. Is that right? Even though they didn't make that offer.
Yes, they had indicated that they would be prepared to reduce their price by 248 million.
We're going to come to that. Now,
I remember not to speak too far from the mic.
Yes.
Can you just point out to us where in this memorandum do you refer to the fact that Ms. Chetty's approval of the contract contained a condition precedent?
In my bundle.
Now, in this memorandum, these are your reasons for setting aside Neotel and awarding it to T-Systems. Where do you see reference here to her approval having contained a condition precedent that you've spoken about?
Oh, the fact that I may not have mentioned it in this memorandum does not mean that it did not exist.
I see. But in your evidence, unless I misunderstood you, it seems to me that that was the core issue.
No.
All right.
The core issue were the risks to the... so, I mean, there's different pockets of looking at this. The first one is that I had real substantive concerns with or without the condition precedent. So the first one was, but how could we give this tender to these people after these risks that we know about? The second one was, could it be done? And I felt that because of Mr. Chetty's award was not full and final, I don't know how to put it, was not unconditionally final, that there was something else that needed to be done. I don't know how to put it in.
The condition precedent that you understood to be there.
Yes. Means that there was a window to actually
get out of the...
And in fact, that condition precedent that she put in expresses one of the fears that I had, that this company was being sold. And so I thought that it was possible to reverse this from where I was sitting, from purely a business point of view. However, I was later to be proven otherwise by legal and internal audit.
All right, so...
And, Chairperson, it is worth noting that when I was advised that what I sought to do here could not be done, I did not resist. I accepted it.
Well, I mean, did you have an option, Mr. Malefe?
No, I had no option.
You didn't have one?
Yes.
All right. So could we go then, please, to Ms. Chetty's affidavit at page 6?
The option that I had was to behave like a bull in a china shop, and this is what I didn't do.
At page 6 of her affidavit, SC 006, paragraph 17, she says, Mr. Malefe provides the following...
I'm sorry. Same file, what page?
Page 6, Chairperson. SC 6.
Okay, I've got it.
She in paragraph 17 addresses each of your reasons: counter risk and alienation, concentration risk, BE partners, information security, CCTV issues. And then at paragraph 18, she refers to a particular document, and she says that clearly indicates that the possible price reductions could not be taken into account as the final pricing had already been submitted. Mr. Molefe could not approve that the price reduction be considered as part of T-Systems' best and final offer, as this prejudices the other bidders and is not considered fair and transparent. And what she refers to there as Annexure SC3, that you find at page 37.
Yes.
Just bear with me for a moment, because I want to just get a... she refers to a TEAR report, TEAR, and what that stands for is a Tender Evaluation and Recommendation Report. That you find at page 23. Could you turn there, please? So this is a formal report that has been produced, and if I could take you to page 37, you'll see that the last third of the page between the second and third schedules. After conclusion of the normalization process, a final clarification session was held with the three bidders to double check if they had not admitted anything in their pricing. Bidder 5, who was T-Systems, indicated during discussions that their joint venture partner may be able to negotiate optimization with its shareholders, which will result in an overall reduction of 248 million on the tendered pricing. Bidder 2 and 3 also indicated minor possible price changes, which would have resulted in slight adjustments in the final commercial proposal. Below is an indication of the pricing changes if the 248 million possible price reductions were to be taken into account on this project, even though it is not possible since the final pricing had been submitted. You see that? That's the TEAR report.
Yes. But if you go to page 43 of that report,
Yes.
you will see that Ms. Pillay did not approve or not disapprove. She did not approve it. And it was sent to her, the last person to signed on the 31st of October. So I don't know if there is another report where she actually approves this.
Well, we can have a look into that, but Mr. Molefe, once parties have submitted their final pricing during
No,
the tender...
I'm not
evaluation-
disputing that. I'm just saying
You can't,
that
you know that you can't
She had
do
not approved this
But that
transaction.
doesn't answer the issue that I'm putting to you. I mean, you know, surely, that when parties tender...
Mr. Maibek, you're going back to this patronizing thing. I'd really don't like
Okay,
it.
well, let me ask you
that
this.
You're being presumptuous, saying that I know things, and patronizing me in the process.
Okay, well, let me put my question this way. Did you think, or presumably you thought it appropriate, to allow someone a price reduction outside of the tendering process? Did you think that was appropriate?
Well, I thought it was possible. But,
How?
But then I was wrong. I was wrong. However, what I'm pointing out now
Yes.
is that this report that you are referring to was not approved by Ms. Shala Chetty on the 31st of October.
But that doesn't detract from the concession that I think you fairly made.
It doesn't?
Doesn't detract from the concession that I think you fairly made.
No, it may indicate to the fact that perhaps this transaction had not been finalized and awarded as it should have been.
Now, I could, I suppose, take you to Mr. Forming's affidavit, but I don't suppose it's necessary, because I think you accept that ultimately the award in favor of T-Systems was irregular and needed to be reversed.
Yes, I accepted that a long time ago.
All right.
I accepted it at the time when internal audit And legal came to me and said, Mr. Molefe, we can't do this. And I accepted it. And I then said we should proceed with the award to Neotel, the incumbent. Although I had my own, from a business point of view, I had reservations, I accepted the advice that I was given that what I sought to do was impossible.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I see it is 1 o'clock.
Yes. Okay. Let's take the lunch break then, and we'll resume at 2. We adjourn.
school bell.
Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Malefe, before lunch, we were dealing with Neotel stroke T systems. I'd referred you to the evidence of Ms. Chetty and we'd spoken about Mr. Filming. I'd like, for the first time, to take you to the evidence of Mr. van der Westhuizen. That evidence you find at Exhibit BB7. The number of files, it's BB7 little a. And if I could ask you please to turn to page 7. Mr. van der Westhuizen, incidentally, is a chartered accountant, and the Material Times appears to have been an executive manager, Office of the Chief Information Officer. Now, at paragraph 23, he refers to a meeting. He says, during November 2013, I was called to a meeting with Mr. Malefe, and he cites certain other people. And he says at paragraph 24, when we arrived at the meeting, we were requested by Mr. Malefe's personal assistant, if I recall correctly, to hand over our cell phones to her before we entered his office. We all did so. I found the request to hand over my cell phone to be strange due to the fact that I'd previously attended at least one other meeting in Mr. Malefe's office on which occasion I was not requested to hand over my cell phone. You want to just comment on that?
No, I have no comment.
Did it happen or not?
It did happen.
You did ask him to hand over his cell phone?
Yes.
Why?
Because I wanted to discuss this tender of Neotel and T-Systems. They were IT people, and it is known that it's possible to listen to meetings through the cell phones of people, or the meeting could be taped by one of the participants. So I did not want that to happen, just for security reasons. Security of information reasons.
For information leak purposes?
Yes.
All right. At paragraph 26, Malefe indicated that he didn't support the recommendation to issue a letter of intent to Neotel as the preferred bidder, and that he intended to award the tender to T-Systems, as he was of the view that the 248 million discount offered by T-Systems, referred to in Annexure H3, was valid and should have been taken into account. He also advanced other considerations.
Yes, Chairperson, that was not the main reason of the 248 million. The main reason was the issues that I advanced in my memorandum.
Then he says over the page at paragraph 27, I didn't agree with the reasons advanced by Mr. Malefe during the aforesaid meeting. In this regard, one, even if the 248 million discount offered by T-Systems was taken into account, T-Systems would still only have been the second best bidder. He says at sub 2, I informed the meeting that the objection by Mr. Malefe that there should be concentration risk, or there would be concentration risk at Transnet, his Neotel's largest client, was without merit. He says, I explained X, Y, Z. And then sub 3, Mr. Malefe further informed the meeting that he had received a letter from one of Neotel's BBEE partners or shareholders, which contained an allegation that Neotel was busy diluting its shareholding, etc. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I have a very vague recollection, but I think I may have referred to the fact that there is a corporate action. A corporate action was the sale of from corporate action was a sale of not Neotel actually, the other one, T-Systems. Actually, this paragraph doesn't make sense, but what I do recall is that there was a discussion of the corporate action involving, no, the incumbent. Who was the incumbent again?
You're looking for the company that was enjoying.
That had won the tender.
Neotel.
Neotel, yeah. Neotel, yes, it's Neotel, yes.
All right, and then below that, paragraph 28, I then realized that my objections were not being well received. I remember feeling at the time that for me to proceed with the verbalization of my objections would be tantamount to professional suicide. In simple terms, I felt that I would be placing my career at risk if I didn't shut my mouth there and then. Upon this realization, I didn't take any further active part in the meeting. Want to comment on that?
No, I can't comment on that.
Now, if you go to paragraph 33, it says, this is at page,
However, Chair, I would say that the feeling that he had that his career would have been in jeopardy was misplaced. Because what subsequently happened is that I was advised by people who were junior to me to proceed with what we were doing, and I listened. So it was in the spirit of collaborative management.
so could I please take you back to page 5 and paragraph 15.
15.
Page 5, paragraph 15. At paragraph 15, Mr. van der Westhuizen sets out that there were 5 bidders who submitted proposals. We know one was Neotel, and then we also know one was T-Systems. That was number 5 at 15.5. And you see there, T-Systems South Africa Pty Limited. It was a bid made in collaboration with Broadband Infraco.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Could now go to paragraph 33 at page 9. He says, I wish to highlight the fact that T-Systems tender was submitted in collaboration with Broadband Infraco. Company registration documents for the latter company show that Salim Essa was a director of BBI and resigned as a director on 14 October 2010. I'll show you now that that should be 2014. My understanding is that BBI is a state-owned entity and it was tendering with T-Systems. See that?
Yes, Chair. I knew that Broadband Infraco was a state-owned entity.
Yeah.
But I did not know that Salim Essa was a director of Broadband Infraco.
Well, I take it that you won't. I can take you to exhibit BB7 little b at page 348 if you want. It's the CIPRO record. Could you go there?
Which one? BB7.
BB7 in brackets little b.
Yes.
If you could turn, please, to page 348.
Yes.
This is a CIPC company search. If you turn to 349, you go to the foot of the page and then you count up 10 lines from the bottom. So from the bottom up, you'll see reference twice to Mr. Salim Essa, and you see that he resigned on 14 October 2014. So at this time,
Number 10 from the top.
From the bottom, count up 10.
I just want to make a note just below 2010 at page 9, where 2010 is given instead of 2014, to refer to that bundle and that page, Mr. Mybeck. So that would be C bundle.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's bundle BB7. Small b.
Yes. And the page?
Page 349.
349. Okay, no, that's fine. If previously no.
Oh, sorry, DCJ. Are you referring to the error in the date?
Yes,
I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
So that is Mr. van der Westhuizen's affidavit.
Yeah, I've got it. I just want to refer, to make a reference to the bundle where there is the resignation document.
Yes, no, that's what I've given you.
Oh, that's what you have given me.
Yes.
Yeah. The page was 349, eh?
Correct.
Yes.
Chairperson.
Okay, all right. Your junior could check if no supplementary statement or affidavit was previously made by Mr. van der Westhuizen to correct this. It would be good if we could get a supplementary statement that can be slotted in behind his affidavit.
We will do that, DCJ. So, Mr. Molefe, then at the time that you were dealing with this Neotel T-Systems issue, you accept that Mr. Essa was a director of Broadband Infraco?
I did not know that.
No, but I'm asking you, you accept that he was a director of Broadband Infraco?
Yes, from the information that is here, yes.
All right. Whilst dealing with Mr. Essa, perhaps I can turn to a different topic. And that is, and I suppose importantly, it also still deals with T-Systems. But this is the cession from T-Systems to Zestalor. Now, what the evidence shows is that Transnet appointed T-Systems to manage its IT infrastructure and at least some 2,200 computers from T-Systems. Do you know anything about that?
Chair, I have no recollection of this. Okay.
Could I ask you please to go to exhibit BB3, in brackets little a, Mr. Mohammedi's exhibit.
BB3?
BB3, little a.
What page number?
30.
Yes, Mr. Mybeck.
Page 30, and at the foot of the page, please, Mr. Molefe, paragraph 5.12.2, under the heading T-Systems. Are you there?
Yes.
T-Systems said, Mr. Mohammedi, Transnet appointed T-Systems, I beg your pardon, to manage its IT infrastructure However, there are matters that relate to this contract that I'd like to highlight. Over the page.
Yes.
Transnet Group Capital was paying for approximately 2,200 computers when only approximately 1,100 were employed by the division, etc. Of a particular relevance then is paragraph 5.12.3. The key issue to note is that these computers were all leased through the T-Systems contract, which was subsequently ceded initially to Zestalor and then later to Innovent Rental and Asset Management Solutions. I attach Annexure MSM 40, copy of the session and delegation agreement between Transnet, Zestalor and T-Systems. Both Zestalor and Innovent are partly owned by Salim Essa, a well-known associate of the Guptas and the majority shareholder of Trillion Capital Partners. Do you know anything about that?
No, sir, I don't know anything about that. When was this?
Let me take you to the agreement because you in fact signed it. The cession from T-Systems to Zestalor.
Yeah.
That you will find in Mr. Mohammedi's next volume, that being Exhibit BB3 in brackets little b.
Exhibit BB3?
No, B. Right, can I ask you please to go to page 581.
581.
Yeah.
One second, Mr. Maybeck. Yes, Mr. Maybeck.
Thank you. At MSM 581, you find a session and delegation agreement between Transnet, Zestalor, and T-Systems. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if I can take you to page 585, at paragraph 3.1, under the heading Session and Delegation, T-Systems hereby cedes its rights under the transferred agreement as indicated in attachment A to Zestalor, who
Yes.
hereby accepts the session.
Yes.
And if you then go forward all the way to page 5, MSM 592, you will see that you signed that agreement.
Yes. And just for the sake of completeness, this agreement would have been accompanied by a memo requesting me to sign the agreement. I don't know if you have the memo.
I don't have the memo.
Oh,
The point is you signed it.
yes, I signed it.
Now, could I take you please to Exhibit 5?
I wanted to check the date of the agreement, Mr. Maybeck. It's 1 December 2014, is that right?
That appears correct.
Yeah, okay.
So this is also something you dealt with in 2014. Can I take you to Bundle 5, please? And could you turn, please, to page 405.86. Are you there?
Yes.
So that's a CIPC search on Zesta law.
Yes.
And if you could turn forward, please, to page 504.89. And right at the bottom of the page, there's a person by the name of Zinat Osmani. See that?
Zinat?
Osmani.
But on which page?
The foot of page 405.89.
Yes.
You know that person?
No, I don't know.
Well, I just want to put it to you that she is or was at the
sorry.
time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Maybank. Page 405.8.
89.
Oh, so that must be quite far, huh?
Yes.
Okay, I've got it.
So I just want to put to you that Zinat Osmani was Mr. S's wife.
Yes.
You know that?
No, I don't even know Mr. Essa, as I said.
Okay, well, we're getting a look. Okay, so that's what I want to put to you. Let's carry on with something else where Mr. Essa features. I want to turn now
I'm
to
sorry. Who was Mr. Esser's wife?
Zinat Osmani.
Or
The
the
person
one
recorded-
at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, I've seen it, yeah. Okay.
You would have seen, DCJ, that she was a director in the year 2014
Of T-Systems?
of
No,
Zesta.
of Zesta.
Oh, okay, okay.
So there was a session from T-Systems to Zesta law.
Yes, okay.
Mr. Malefe signed that contract, and this lady was a director of Zesta law, and she is Mr. S's wife.
Okay.
Now, let's move to another topic.
Before, just to put everything in context. Well, I accept that I signed the session. That's the reason I wanted to see the memo is I wanted to see the
background and
the
context
background
and the reasons
and the reasons.
and the motivation.
Yes, but what I do know and recall is that typically agreements like that of T-Systems would have a clause, and I say this without having seen the actual agreement that was seeded, or maybe it's attached, would say that this agreement may be seeded, and that when the party that is seeding the agreement wants to seed, Transnet or the other party may not refuse unreasonably for the session to happen. So I would imagine it was in that context. But I think that if this was investigated further, maybe that can be confirmed. But I think sitting here, that was the context.
Okay.
Which is why I wanted to see the memo that preceded. Maybe the memo would have said, we cannot unreasonably refuse to see it. Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to state that I was not, I don't think that I applied my mind to the directors of Zestelo, but I did not know that the person in question was Mr. Asa's wife.
Okay, let's carry on then with another topic also relating to Mr. Essa, and that is the manganese expansion project. Now, you remember, and we touched on this at the beginning, Mr. Henk Bester, who was then employed by Hatch Consulting, gave evidence about this. Do you remember that?
Yes, and when we were talking about Mr. Bester,
Yes.
I think the other day, I think I kept confusing him with the Bester from ESCOM in my head. Actually, I don't recall Mr. Bester nor how he looks like, or what he looks like. So I don't actually think
That's the one we are talking about
This
now.
one, who works
Yeah.
for Hedge.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just want to take you to 5 paragraphs of his affidavit. That you find at Transnet Bundle 4, and Mr. Bester is Exhibit BB 19.
Yes.
So if I could ask you please to turn to BB 19 and turn up page 29. So at paragraph 19, and you would have seen this before, so I'm going to paraphrase it. You'll remember that Mr. Bester's evidence was that Hatch was tendering and that there were people that made advances in relation to being appointed as its supply development partner. And at paragraph 19, he talks about a meeting where Padiachi and Reddy, amongst the people that I've referred to, indicated their respective companies would form a joint venture if they worked with Hatch on phase 1. Padiachi further explained that they, him, Reddy, and their respective companies knew everything about the project and people high up in Transnet. He said, I understood this to mean executives such as the CEO, CFO, and COO. Do you have any comment to that?
No, I have no comment.
Then at paragraph 23, he talks about a meeting. And he says about 5 lines from the bottom, Basson said that they had an earlier discussion with Anand Singh, Transnet Group Chief Financial Officer at the time, as GCFO. Singh was responsible for signing the confinement for phase 1 prior to Malefe giving final approval as the Group Chief Executive. Would you confirm that?
I can't comment on that.
Well, I think we've seen this contract yesterday, actually. This is the MNPP, or
Yes.
the manganese contract.
Yes, but I can't comment on what Basson was saying
Sure.
to Padiachi and Reddy.
And then at paragraph 29, he receives a call from Padiachi, who indicated that he would like to see him again. They had a meeting. Padiachi and Reddy advised that the confinement approval was imminent, but that Hatch needed to sign the addendum to the MOU before confinement could be finalized. He says over the page, it was clear that they were not happy with Hatch's proposed amendments. I understood this to mean either that Singh would not approve the confinement in order for Malefe to give final approval, alternatively both Malefe and Singh would not give the necessary approvals. Do you have any comment on that?
Chair, I have no comment on it, and actually I don't know Mr. Padiachi and Mr. Reddy. I can't recall who they are. I have no idea who they are.
Let's then deal with paragraph 65. Now, this is the meeting that was held at Melrose Arch, JB's Corner, attended by Mr. Esser, 65. Esser further indicated that he can provide me with a submitted tender documentation from all the other bidders. He told me that they have already decided that the new boss of Eskom will be Malefe and that an announcement will be made in the newspapers soon. I've already taken you to that. I assume you have nothing further to say.
Yeah, and we've spoken about this meeting at length. By the way, who else was at this meeting?
It was Mr. Esser and Mr. Bester, and I think there were others.
There were others. Have the others corroborated this evidence?
Sorry?
Have the others corroborated this evidence?
No one else has given evidence about this particular discussion.
Yeah, I can't comment on it,
All right.
but the chairperson was at at pains to explain that I should be concerned about it. So it would be interesting if the commission could say that from the people that were there, they can confirm that this is actually a discussion that took place.
This is the thing that doesn't concern you.
But it is a
Mr.
discussion that took place in my absence that does not worry me, that has got nothing to do with me.
Then at paragraph 71, on 30 November 2014, Malefe signed a letter that awarded the rail tender to, and this is the consortium H2N JV. And then the Port N-Met project was awarded to Flag, consisting of Fleur, Amacom and Gibb. I suspect that the appointment of Flag was due to S's involvement. You want to say anything about that?
I can't comment about his suspicion. I can only say that it was not due to S's involvement. I think that if I did award such a tender.
You awarded the tender, did you?
Huh?
You awarded that tender?
Yes, if I did, it was on the basis of a recommendation that had been made after due process.
All right, and then if I can take you to the evidence of Deirdre Stradham. She also testified on this issue, and you'll find her affidavit at BB20 in the same file that you're in. So it's bundle 4, BB20.
Yes.
And if you could please turn to paragraph 35 at page 145. And from paragraphs 35 to 38, she effectively corroborates what she was told by Bester. But of particular importance presently is paragraph 35. Since the value of the transaction, and perhaps in fairness to you, I must just indicate to you that Ms. Bester was in charge from Transnet's side of the MEP.
Of the NMPP?
Yes, she was at the time, I think it was the program director of the Manganese Expansion Project.
Mr. Bester?
Sorry?
Did you say Mr. Bester was?
No, Mr. Bester worked for Hatch.
Yes, yes.
Stradham. Deirdre Stradham.
Yes.
All right. So she says at paragraph 35, since the value of the transaction, she's talking about this confinement, was below 250 million, final approval of the confinement resided with Mr. Malefe, the then GCE. Mr. Rudy Besson, TCP GM, told me that the ETC value was reduced to fit in with the GCE's delegated authority, i.e. within Malefe's monetary mandate. This meant that he had the delegated authority to authorize the expenditure without approval required from the Board Acquisitions and Disposal Committee. I next here too mark DS3, the approval of the confinement of Phase 1 to Hatch, and an approved contract value of 220 million. Delegation of authority that was applicable at the time. You want to comment on that?
I can't comment on the discussion that Rudy Basson had with Deirdre Stradham.
Sorry?
I can't comment on this discussion that Rudy Basson had with Deirdre Stradham on the corridor.
But did you fit this contract in your mandate?
No.
So you can comment.
I did not fit any
Right.
contract into any delegation.
And then at paragraph 36 over the page, 146, the confinement was structured as a fixed cost contract with specific and very high supplier development targets to be achieved by Hatch. Singh increased the SD targets further during the approval process. I know this because I had to get Gama to sign the approval, and at that stage the ST value was 40%. The final value of ST that was submitted to Malefe for final approval was 50%. This seems high to you or not?
I can't recall this specific transaction like that, but What, is it the 50% that you find offensive?
Yeah, I'm saying, is that high? Does it sound high to you?
I don't know in the context of this transaction. I would have to look at the memo
Yeah.
that was sent to me to approve what I approve. But looking at it like this, it doesn't ring any bells.
All right.
It also doesn't look like, there's anything wrong that was happening here.
Well, Mr. Miller, if there was a lot wrong that was happening here,
Huh?
there was a huge amount wrong that was happening here.
Yes, what was it?
Well, there were attempts by skills development partners and ESSA to force Hatch to appoint them.
Was ESSA forcing Hedge to appoint them?
Well, let's just go back to, I've told you about the meeting at the Melrose Arch. I've read to you
Yes,
what
yes.
happened. And the fact that he referred to you.
Yes, I'm not aware of that.
So when you say I'm just trying to explain to you, do you see this is a very serious thing that was happening here?
No,
No. All right.
no, because I'm not aware of all of these things that were happening.
I'm not suggesting you, yeah, we're aware, but do you see how prevalent it seems corruption was within the organization? Because what we've done in the last half an hour, how many times have we seen reference to Mr. Esser?
Yes, I've noticed that.
Yeah, it's really a lot of times.
Yes.
So when T-Systems is contracting with a party that Mr. Esser is a director to, you are ceding a contract where Mr. Esser's wife is a director. You are referred to here by Mr. Esser as being the next CEO of Eskom in the context of skills supply development partners being foisted on Hatch. And we know that it's certainly from the money flows evidence, it's through supply development partners that so much of this money laundering happened.
Yes, those are your findings or observations that you are making, and I choose not to comment on them.
Well, it seems it's what the evidence points to. It's not my findings. I fortunately don't need to make any
Yes,
findings.
that is what you're observing,
Yeah.
that the evidence is pointing.
But it's troubling, isn't it? It must be to you.
Well, it would be troubling if I knew that I had done something wrong. So, I mean, this was happening in the background. I was not aware of it. And if these people have anything to answer to, let them answer to it. All I'm pointing out is that I was not aware of this.
Yes, but what I'm trying to get at is even now, when you see this, is it not troubling to you?
It would trouble me if my conscience
Oh,
knew that I had done something
Well,
wrong.
Mr. Mulefe,
I think we've traversed this, Chairperson.
we have, and maybe one should take what you have said before and say you would say the same thing, but one wants to be sure. I would expect that if, assuming that the evidence that Mr. Mybeck is talking about were to be true, it is what was happening, it would mean that in the organization where you were the group chief executive officer, there was a lot of corruption and money laundering that may have been perpetrated by certain people. And assume for present purposes that you were innocent and you didn't know. But just hearing about it to say, is this what was happening while I was there? I would expect that it would be of concern to you. Not to say necessarily that you had anything to do with it. Just the fact that it may have been happening, or if the evidence is true, it was happening, taxpayers' money, people were using all kinds of vehicles to get money illegally.
Well, Chairperson, then if it was indeed happening, I'm concerned.
Yes, okay, all right.
all right. And then to another topic, the new age. I think you've accepted that under your watch.
So this file can go
Yes, it
forward
can
for
go,
time
go
being.
back. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Malefa, I think that under your watch, Transnet sponsored the big interview in the New Age.
Yes,
And you did that for a number of years.
yes,
And I see that in 2016, the cost of that advertising was 450,000 rands per month.
Should I have any bundle in front of me?
Well, the difficulty, ECJ, is that this,
Or you will
yes.
mention when I need to have one?
yes,
Okay, all right.
the difficulty with this and the exhibit is that this comes from another stream. It's MM.
That's fine. Well, it may well be, you will
you have it?
assess if
Oh, sorry.
I need to have a file
Yes,
in front
certainly.
of me.
All right, we do have, your registrar has it. But I want to try and short circuit all of this. Mr. Jackson,
Yeah,
and you've been
okay.
referred to this.
yeah, but you said in 2016.
Well, attached, I've been looking through the invoices and I see that in 2016, it was 450,000 per month.
Yes, but in 2016 I wasn't the Transnet.
Yes, okay, fair enough, I accept that. What Mr. Jackson says, and you've been asked about this and you've been asked to comment on it, is that he thought that this was not at all valuable or really in the interests of Transnet. Do you want to comment on that?
I have in my affidavit, Chairperson, pointed to Mr. Jackson's evidence that when I arrived at Transnet, we were actually advertising in the mainstream media, paying a lot of money on the rail crossing campaign. And this was to alert people to the dangers of rail crossing. It was a noble campaign. But the way that it was done is that there were very gruesome pictures that were printed and even played on TV of trains hitting cars. I felt that this is not, and we were paying for that as advertising. I don't know if maybe the investigating team has cared to quantify how much we paid for that, for those advertisements in the mainstream media. And what I said to the branding team was that this is not good for the brand to be seen, for our trains to be seen to be smashing cars. This is what remains in people's minds. I even said that, when children associate our trains with the collisions with minibus taxis, that is what will stay in their mind, and they may not want to work for Transnet when they grow up. So we have to find another positive way of doing it. And I also said we must desist from advertising where we pay for a message because people read through it. So if we say we are the most effective and efficient transportation company in Africa, and we've paid to say that, it's not as effective as the same message being in the news. In the news, so as part of the main news. So we have to move from paying for adverts, and move our brand into the mainstream news. Find a way of moving our brand into the mainstream news. And the big interview was an opportunity to do that. Even though the people, when we sponsored the big interview, the people that spoke at the big interview spoke about news, about topical issues, and not Transnet is an effective and efficient organization. So now we were building partners here with people that were speaking at the big interview to support our messaging later, but also, whenever possible, putting in our newsworthy our newsworthy issues onto the news through the big interview. And this is the shift that I asked should be done from a branding point of view. We should be seen in the news and not in the advertising pages from a branding point of view. So this is a discussion that I had. Mr. Jackson, I think, was present and he agreed. And we agreed that on this philosophical or doctrinal issue, this is how we're going to move forward. And that was the reason for supporting the big interview.
Well, maybe we'll talk more later on the matter. You may or may not know that when some of the Transnet witnesses who talked on this issue came to give evidence, I had lots of issues, questions to them. I would have thought that if the best way to promote your brand is to be in the news, is to do things that are newsworthy, and you are therefore in the news for good things.
Yes.
Yes, as
Yes.
opposed to what you have just mentioned, which was mentioned by those witnesses too, that in these breakfast shows, very often the speakers would not be speaking about Transnet. They
Yes.
would be talking about whatever had been planned to be talked about. And
Yes.
it didn't seem to me that the idea that it was promoting Transnet's brand was as clear as it might be to you.
Yes, Chairperson. And the idea, it was actually very subtle because these people were newsmakers. And what we were implanting in them is a positive view of Transnet. We were engaged in the MDS. At the same time, we were a lot in the news about the MDS. But the idea was that whenever, for example, we have a project that comes onto the news, these newsmakers would then help and to promote the positive news on the other things that we were doing. I don't know if you understand what I mean. So there would be a friendly force.
Well, as you speak, the point that comes to my mind is that if you have done something that's newsworthy,
Yes,
the media houses won't even pay because that's newsworthy.
Yes, yes.
They will want it, and you will be talked about in favorable terms without you paying.
yes,
You know,
Yes.
so it seems to me that if you or Transnet engaged in activities that were seen as good by the community and as newsworthy,
Yes.
that's when you would you would promote your brand, and you would do so without paying.
So, Chairperson, let's, for example, take that we sponsor a news, this program, and the person that is being interviewed is the Premier of Mpumalanga. And she's going to talk about her successes as the Premier of Mpumalanga. So that's fine. She talks about her successes as the Premier of Mpumalanga. But we operate in Mpumalanga. The day that we have a newsworthy item and she gets an opportunity to be interviewed about a matter that involves Transnet, we can be sure that she will go out of her way to make sure that she portrays us in a very good light. That was the whole point.
Well, I'll let Mr. Maibek take it from there, but if you have done something that is seen as good by the community or by the society, the news people will be there. You won't need somebody else.
Which news people, Chairperson?
The media, they
These
will be
ones?
there. Yes.
I know, Chairperson. We live in two different countries.
Well, maybe Transnet was not doing those things that it should have done.
We were executing the market demand strategy. We were announcing all sorts of good news every week. Government was, generally. The problem in government is that despite the overwhelming negative publicity, there are a lot of things that are good that government has done that have not made it into the news. The attitude of our media is that if somebody has not died, if there is no scandal involved, they're not interested. And so this was, I mean, you can talk to all the communicators from government. This was a big problem from the 90s right through the 2000s. And even up to now, I can say that our media finds it difficult to portray our government in a positive light. That is, there are very few people who would argue against that kind of statement. It is, and I experienced it in my entire career, that we had done spectacular good things that the media was not interested in.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll mention one example of my own experience. I think about 2 years ago, I went to the area, to the village where I grew up.
Yes.
And went to the school, primary school that I attended.
Yes.
Because the Zondo and Bucks Educational Trust that was established a few years ago
Yes.
had spoken to another trust
Yes.
about the situation in the school which I attended,
Yes.
of toilets and so on.
Yes.
And that trust organized funding and they sorted that out, and we went there to have a function.
Yes.
And to say this is what has been done. And I think somebody must have told this in the media, and some journalists went to that rural area and they were there, and the story was in a number of newspapers about the toilets that had been built for that school and a school hall in the high school in the area. We didn't pay anything to the media for them to put us in the newspapers. But I'm just mentioning, I think it might be a matter of degree. I'm just mentioning one example. Mr. Maybeck?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I was going to give another example that involves you, but we'll leave it.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Molefe, I'm just going to read to you. I don't think you have this exhibit before you, but this is just one paragraph. It's exhibit MM5 at page 10, paragraph 47. Mr. Jackson says this.
Page
10, JFJ 10.
Okay.
Mr. Jackson says this. My own view was that the decision to participate in the big interview was not justifiable, given that TNA was a new publication with no readership or circulation data and a completely unknown demographic reach. This meant that it was impossible to evaluate the newspaper's reach insofar as our stakeholders are concerned, and constituted a significant risk considering the amount of money involved. Do you want to comment on that?
Does he indicate that he raised this during our debates? Because my recollection is that when we had this debate about the repositioning of the brand advertising, he agreed. As I say in my memo, maybe it was just because to buy my face, as he's trying to buy the face of his new bosses now. It's just a reflection of the person that he is. But I can't recall that he raised that issue either in a memo or in a debate on this matter.
I'd like to move to another topic, please. Chairperson, you can dispense with that file, and if you could now be provided with Transnet Bundle 1, Exhibit BB15. And I would like now to address briefly the topic of Mr. Garma's legal fees.
Yes.
And I would like to start, I think I'm going to refer you only to two documents. Can you please go to BB15? You should have a tab 2.
EB15 too.
And I see it's consecutively numbered, so perhaps you can go directly to page 142. You'll see at 142, there's a memorandum to you
Yes.
from Mr. Mapoma, General
Yes.
Manager, Group Legal Services.
Yes.
And it deals with legal fees, Mr. Garma versus Transnet.
Yes.
Let me direct your attention to paragraph 4.
Yes.
You referred to a settlement, and it says the relevant clause of the settlement agreement is clause 3.5, which provides that Transnet will make a contribution equivalent to 75% of Mr. Garma's tax costs incurred during his High Court application and in respect of his unfair dismissal dispute referred to the bargaining council.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
So 75% of the costs in his High Court application and 75% of his costs in the unfair dismissal dispute referred to the bargaining council.
Yes.
Now, if you can skip to paragraph 7 at page 143, or in fact, let's go to 6. Mr. Garma incurred legal costs in 2 matters. You would have seen that from the settlement agreement as well. The first is his application in the High Court, in which Transnet used 2 sets of attorneys, Bowman Gilfillan. It says Denace rates, but that should actually, I think, be Eversheds. The second matter in which he incurred costs
It should say Evershed.
I think it should say Eversheds, yes. The second matter in which he incurred costs is the labour matter. And then it says the costs in the High Court were granted in Transnet's favour by the court. Do you see that? So you won that case.
Yes.
Right? These costs were supposed to have been paid by Mr. Garma. You see that?
Yes.
On reaching settlement with Mr. Garma, Transnet sought and obtained the taxed bills from these 2 firms of attorneys and paid 75% of the total amounts.
Yes.
Does that make any sense to you? So, you win, he owes you costs. What you'll end up paying him are your costs.
Come again?
You win with costs.
No, I wasn't there.
But this memo was sent to you. I'm trying to...
Yes, this memo was sent to me, and all I did was to note it.
Okay.
Yes.
You just noted it.
I just noted it. So there must have been a request from me to say, please appraise me of the Gamma matter.
But when you note, I mean, this is really, perhaps I misunderstand things. You noted it, whether you approved it or not. Did you read the nonsense in paragraph 7?
Well, I read it, but I can't comment on it even now.
But Mr. Malefe, just let's have a look at what it says. The costs in the High Court were granted in your favour.
Yeah.
These costs were supposed to be paid by Mr. Garma, your costs.
Yeah.
On reaching settlement with Garma, Transnet sought and obtained tax bills from these 2 firms of attorneys, your attorneys,
Yes.
and then paid to Mr. Garma their fees.
Yes.
So the question really, Mr. Molefe, is you may or may not have approved, but you noted and you read. Did you
Yes,
pick up this very absurd idea?
Yes, and so I requested, I must have requested, I think there was a query from the Director General about this matter that I knew very little about. And I asked to be appraised, and this is the memo that was sent to me. And then I read it, but it is a matter that was handled by the board. It was above me. It was handled by the board. And I read this memorandum, and these were facts that were being presented to me I don't know if there was expectation that I should do anything about it or challenge it or say I don't approve, but it was done at the board. And this was a memo from Mr. Mapoma, who's a general manager, Group Legal Services. And he was talking about text costs and 75% and so on. I can't say that I even really understood what he was saying. I just noted that, well, yeah, there was an agreement that the cost would be settled in a particular way.
So if you were asked to approve this, would you have looked at it more carefully? Is that what you're saying or not?
No, I can't speculate on what I would have done if this had come to me for approval. Perhaps I would have sought more clarity.
Well, let's have a look at page 104.
104.
Yes. Because earlier in the year, you had in fact approved this.
Earlier.
104. So this memo is dated that I took you to at 142. It's dated 17 August 2011. Let me take you to the memo at 104. This is now 23 March 2011.
Yes.
You see it refers there at the bottom of the page, the same 3.5 of the settlement agreement.
Yes.
And then it says financial implications over the page. 75% of the attached invoices have been paid to Mr. Garma. And then those attached invoices are invoices you see over the page. Evershed's attorneys
Yes.
and Bowman Gilfillan attorney.
Yes.
And that you approved.
Yes. Because, as you see in paragraph 2 of the memo,
Yeah.
So this is an agreement that the board had entered into and had agreed to pay. And my approval really was as a functionary to effect the payment of a board agreement, basically.
But I'm not sure that does it, in other words, if something's put before you for approval, you can just sign it.
Well, if the board has entered into an agreement
Yeah.
that a certain payment will be made, and I do not see why I would be standing in the way of the payment being made.
But the thing is, the board hadn't entered into that agreement.
The board hadn't.
No, because have a look at,
The settlement negotiations were sanctioned by the Transnet board
but-
and the chairman of the board,
Correct.
Mr. Mafika Mkonazi, was mandated to conclude such negotiations.
correct, Mr. Malefe, but the point is, if you go to 3.5, the clause, Transnet will make a contribution equivalent to 75% of Mr. Garma's tax costs incurred in the High Court and in the labour matter. What this memorandum lands up doing is authorising Mr. Garma to receive your costs.
Yes, but this was in terms of the agreement.
No, it wasn't. The terms of the agreement is that he would get his costs. That's what I'm taxing you about. You've been asked.
Let me explain it, Mr. Mulefa. Mr. Gama, I think when he was suspended,
Yes,
brought an urgent application in the High Court
yes.
against Transnet and
When
various...
he was suspended.
When he was suspended.
Yes.
Against Transnet as an entity, as well as a number of members of the board, maybe all of them, I'm not sure, but
Yeah.
a number of them,
Yes,
to effectively get the suspension set aside. Transnet and various board members opposed that application,
yes,
and the High Court dismissed his application
yes,
and said he must pay Transnet's costs as well as the costs of those members of the board who had opposed the application.
yes,
Okay, that's what the court ordered. You know.
Yes.
Now, Transnet and the board members had gone to lawyers and briefed lawyers to oppose this application. So Transnet had incurred costs.
yes,
So the order of the court, as far as the costs were concerned, was to the effect that Mr. Gama must pay Transnet and the board members their legal costs. Now, what ultimately happened, which is what Mr. Mybeck is talking about, is that Transnet, the settlement agreement said that Mr. Transnet must pay, I think, 75% of Mr. Gama's legal costs.
That's what the settlement agreement said.
That's what the settlement agreement said.
Yes.
Even though he had lost in the High Court.
So that was the settlement agreement that was entered into
Yes.
with Mr. Mkwanas.
Yes. But leave aside whatever you may think of that part of the settlement agreement.
Yes.
What the memorandum, what was ultimately done, was not to look at 75% of Mr. Gama's legal costs,
Yes.
but to take at the legal costs of Transnet
Yes.
and say what is 75% of the cost that Transnet and its board members have incurred in
Yes.
this litigation. And then say, we will pay Mr. Gama 75% of our legal costs. So that's what he's talking about, to say that's something very, very strange.
Yeah, Chairperson, to be honest with you, my understanding of this matter was that Mr. Gama had been dismissed and that the matter went to court, and now we have entered, the board or Mr. Mkwanas has entered into an agreement to pay his costs. We had entered into an agreement to pay his costs, and that this was the payment in line with that agreement. I would expect that if there was anything untoward, the legal people would have picked it up, because in fact this recommendation came from the legal department that we should make a payment in this fashion. Mr. Mapoma was a general manager, legal services, compiled the memorandum, and it was recommended by the head of legal at Transnet, Ms. Zola Stephens. I took it that it was a payment in line with what has been agreed to. I must confess that I did not go into the intricacies of how this. In any case, this thing of the legal cost is something that I'm yet to understand, because you know people talk about tax costs, but it doesn't involve SARS, and so yeah, this tax cost thing is not something that I'm competent in.
No, the tax cost part, I can understand from a layperson's point of view when you say tax cost, where is SARS here?
Yeah.
But of course, obviously, I think if you are required to approve anything and there's something you don't understand, you need to ask, because you don't want to approve something that's wrong.
Yes, but also when it comes from the head of legal and the general manager legal services, and it is referred to an agreement that was entered into even before my time, yeah, the case numbers are quoted there.
Yeah, okay.
If you look at the recommendation, Chair, it says, based on the motivation above, I recommend that the contribution to the legal fees must be paid as per the settlement agreement. For me, there was nothing to argue, if indeed it was as per the settlement agreement.
Mr. Mybeck.
Yes, thank you. Let's turn to another topic, please, and that is Abelozi. Could I ask you to go to Transnet Bundle 3 and to exhibit BB 17? All right, now, could you please turn to page 499?
You say 499?
Yes,
Okay.
Chairperson, 499.
Okay. I hope I didn't misrepresent anything, Mr. Maibek, about what happened with regard to those costs to Mr. Molefe.
That is, I understand it. Look, I understand that Mr. Gama,
Yeah.
I checked with my junior. We don't, in his affidavits, he's dealt with costs, but he doesn't seem to have said much. So
Yeah.
I understand that he may have a version that he will give, and that might change things, but
Yeah, I think,
as the evidence stands now,
Yeah.
it's correctly summarized.
I think I saw that in his affidavit, he said high costs and costs in regard to the labor matter. That's how he puts it.
Yes.
But I just saw in the settlement agreement or the quoted paragraph in the memo that you referred us
Yes.
to, it doesn't say labor matter.
No.
It says it's specific, the matter, unfair dismissal matter.
Yes,
So
the
that-
the referral to the bargaining council.
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, all right.
But it would be interesting to find out what Ms. Stephens and Mr. Mapoma also say.
Well, he has given evidence and, yeah, but certainly there is evidence, and if you would like to have a look at it, it would be available in the transcript.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Molefe, can we turn to page 499? Are you there?
Yes.
So we're dealing now with Abalosi, and you would have seen these paragraphs. Mr. Todd, who was instructed by Bowman Gilfillan and was one of the attorneys dealing with the matter, and you know, up to this point, litigation had been entered into. Transnet had sued Abalosi. He says that I was subsequently invited, together with one of my partners and counsel, to attend a meeting with the group CEO, Mr. Molefe. I prepared a note in anticipation of the meeting, which briefly summarized the key message that I intended to communicate to Mr. Molefe. Then he goes on to say at 43, the meeting with Mr. Molefe duly took place. Mr. Molefe informed us that the litigation was sensitive and that he had been receiving calls from a person he did not identify by name, but I assume from the context was General Nyanda, asking why Transnet was persisting with the litigation against Abalosi. Do you want to comment on that?
I can't recall that I said in the meeting that I have been receiving calls from anyone. I can't recall that.
All right. And then at 45, shortly before this meeting, it appears that Mr. Selinga had addressed a memorandum to Mr. Molefe in which he motivated for and recommended the rescission of the decision that had previously been made to exclude GNS/Abalosi from doing further business with Transnet, effectively a blacklisting. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair. And if I can explain this, I was informed that Abalosi had been blacklisted. And then I asked what process was followed to blacklist them. And no process had been followed at all. And I do know that before anyone is blacklisted, there has to be a process, and the person has to be heard, and everything must be recorded. It's even in the Treasury instructions, but also, I mean, dealing with Mr. Selinga and the legal department, I mean, they should have known that it's a requirement that people have to be heard before you blacklist them. So I said that if that blacklisting is challenged, we will not win. So we must rescind it immediately because it is illegal. And so that is how that memo came about.
Because they hadn't been afforded a fair procedure.
Yes.
So why didn't you just give them one?
Well, The blacklisting had happened sometime before I arrived.
That I understand, but did you ever inquire into why they were blacklisted?
Yes,
And what did you discover?
because they said that they had done work. They claimed to have done work which they had not done. They said, so it was like a contract, I think it was a guarding contract, and it was about providing personnel for the guarding of, I think it was trains. And that Transnet was saying they did not do the work. However, our head of security at the time, Major General retired Toka, Baduza, Dumezweni Baduza, had come to me and said to me, this story that Abalozi has not done work is not true. Abalozi has copies of the work, proof of the work that they have done. And somebody here at TFR is hiding there so that they do not get paid. And so it appeared that Abalozi was not being treated fairly. In my affidavit, I do say that, I do talk about this story and say that subsequent to informing me about this, General Toka brought the information to me. And I took the information to Transnet's risk committee, as well as, I can't remember which other committee, 2 committees of Transnet. And the decision there was, then we should settle this matter. And I was given a mandate to go and settle this matter out of court, because it would be embarrassing that we have actually been hiding proof that Abalozi had done work.
Did you actually establish that there was proof that Abalozi had done work?
General Tuka brought it to me, and he said to me he interviewed people at Transnet that had knowledge that the work had been done, and that there are certain people that are hiding that evidence from Transnet, from the management at Transnet. He investigated the matter and brought the proof to me.
Now, so did he bring you statements by people who claimed to have witnessed Abalozi perform the work? What actually did he bring to you?
It was files of timesheets, if I recall well.
Yes.
Timesheets that were signed.
But timesheet can be made without somebody working.
Well, he said that that was proof, and that there are people at Transnet, he mentioned by name, the people that were prepared to make a statement to say that the work has in fact been done.
Yeah.
But from what was presented at the time, I was convinced that it was indeed true that Transnet had done the work.
But did you ask that statements be obtained from people who were prepared to put their signatures to say, we did see Abalozi perform work there, and there, that day and that day? Did you get that? Because then it would mean certain people were prepared to stand up and give evidence to say yes. Did you get that?
No, I did not ask for the statements to be obtained from the people.
Yes, yes.
Part of the problem may have been that these were people that General Toka considered to be sources. General Toka's background was crime intelligence. He had come from crime intelligence. So, perhaps, maybe you should have advised.
Yes, because you don't need crime intelligence for this. If Abalozi's work, for example, was that they must send security officers or certain people to be in certain gardens during certain times, or to guard Transnet's buildings in certain places, or whatever the work was.
Yes.
Then there ought to be people who were employed by Transnet, who were supposed to sign whenever there was somebody, the guard, you know, was there and so on.
That is the files that were brought to say that this is proof of work done.
Yes, but the question is, do you know whether what you were provided with
Was not fraudulent.
well, let's leave out the yeah, maybe it may be fraudulent. Did it contain documents where people who had witnessed Abalozi doing what they were contractually obliged to do? In other words, there were signatures by people who say, yes.
Yes.
There were
Yes, that
such
was the nature
documents.
of the evidence.
Yes.
What I was thinking you're asking is, did they make the statement?
Yes, yes, yeah.
They did not make
Statements.
statements.
But what did
these
you
were,
have?
These were, as I say, timesheets, like,
Yeah.
these people were here and they signed, these people were
Yes.
here and they signed.
But did you
Now-
only rely on the general in terms of those people who had signed, or did
There
you
was,
send some investigation?
there were 2 or 3 people inside TFR that had this information. And then there were 2 or 3 people that knew that this information had copies and gave it to general. Yeah. What we didn't understand was, why was this being suppressed? Why didn't this come out into the open?
Did you authorize somebody to investigate who was hiding the information from Transnet?
General did. I can't
Yeah.
recall that he ever wrote a report on that, but General did. And
Were those people
I do recall,
confronted?
I do recall saying that this is a matter that may require disciplinary action if it was indeed a Transnet employee that was hiding the information. But people who were at TFR would be able to confirm that this was indeed happening.
Mr. Mybeck?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Molefe, you know that subsequently Transnet appointed a firm of attorneys, HNR, to investigate this matter.
This Abalozi matter.
Yes, in other words, to investigate whether that it's their report that gave rise to the withdrawal of the litigation.
Yes, yes.
People refer to it often just simply as the Newpin report.
Yes.
You familiar with that?
They are
Are
familiar
you familiar with the report?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
And do you know whether in that report there's any reference to timesheets and this information and evidence that you're
No,
telling
that
me these-
report was compiled as if that information did not exist.
Can you explain why that would be?
I don't know. As I say, it would appear that somebody had been hiding that information, even from this investigation.
These are people that you appointed and
No.
they produced a report.
No, that were appointed before my time.
Newpin was appointed and he gave a report to the risk committee. The risk committee accepted the
Yes.
report and the litigation was withdrawn.
Yes.
Do you know whether there's any reference in the Newpin report to this stock of information?
No, I
that
can't
you-
recall that there is.
And
I
if
can't
there's
rec- I
no
can't recall.
reference in it, well then, it
No,
seems
I
it's
can't
quite
recall that
questionable whether...
Newpen had reference to these timesheets. I can't also recall that he had the information that we had.
And if he didn't, can you explain why?
I
I mean, he
wouldn't-
interviewed people at Transnet.
Yes,
He conducted a thorough investigation.
yeah.
And you know what his key conclusion was?
No,
You don't?
I don't remember what his key conclusion
Well,
was.
the conclusion was really that bodies hadn't been provided. People hadn't worked, but value had been added or things saved.
Bodies had been,
Bodies had not been provided, warm bodies,
yes,
but that savings had been effected through certain initiatives.
yes, by Abalozi,
Yes.
yes.
Do you see the tension? You say you're sitting on a stock of information that proved in your mind that people had worked and bodies had been provided.
Well, the information that we had was the work had been done and that the people that were supposed to be provided to do the work had been provided.
By way of timesheets, you saw there were people working.
Yeah, the nature of the
All right.
information, yeah, okay, timesheets and reports and so on.
All right, Mr. Molefe, one would, I suppose, have to study the report and then reflect back on your evidence. But let me get to another point. Had you been speaking?
But the fact of the matter is that the information that was brought to us went to the risk committee. Perhaps it may be worthwhile to look at the minutes of the risk committee where this information was presented. That I remember very clearly, that General brought the information, and what I did with it was to go to the board and say that, look, here is this information that we now have on this matter.
So you confirm you were in touch with the general during this time?
General reported to me.
Yeah,
I was
but
working for
not
Transnet.
General Nyanda, it's another general.
No, not
The
General.
Transnet General.
Okay, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, General Toka. Dumezwene Baduze.
Had you been speaking at all to General Nyanda?
Yes, I know General Nyanda, and we may have been speaking on other matters, even sometimes playing golf. Yes,
He's a friend of yours.
he's a friend of mine, yes.
Because we know that Mr. Garma, I think, also played golf with him. He was obviously an avid golfer, the general.
Did he say he played golf with the general? Did he say how it went?
Is this
Mr.
the
Molefe, do you want to find out whether you do better than him against the general?
Yes. Well, to put it in context, General Nyanda has, or maybe used to have before COVID, an annual golf day in Swaziland. Really to raise funds for people that had, in Swaziland, that had supported the ANC and Umkhonto we Sizwe in the underground in Swaziland. So every year, I also used to play in that golf challenge. And yeah, at least when we went to Swaziland, I did see him, we did talk, but even in between we would meet and talk. So yes, I know him.
So I'd like then to just move forward and wrap up on this. So the risk committee, ultimately, on the basis of the Newpin report, took a decision that the litigation should be withdrawn.
Yes.
And what we then know is that you signed the settlement agreement.
Yes, and the agreement was that both parties are not proceeding with the litigation.
Yes.
And that both parties would further negotiate a settlement amount.
So can I just take you, please, to the deed of settlement? That's at page 789
789.
of the same bundle. Bundle 3, BB 16.
Page 89.
789. Are you there?
Yes.
Now you'll
789.
Yes, you'll see that between the tram lines is deed of settlement. Are you there?
Yes.
So it talks about whereas Transnet issued summons, etc. Under that, whereas Abelosi issued a counterclaim.
Yes.
Now
Well,
we-
Mr. Mybeck, I know that we are trying to save time, but I think this document is
Certainly.
quite important. I would suggest, because it's not long,
I'll
just
read it into the
read
record.
it,
Thank you.
into the
I'm
record,
indebted
yeah.
to you.
Yeah.
So it says, whereas Transnet SOC Ltd in brackets Transnet
Yes.
issued a summons against Abelosi Risk Advisory Services Pty Limited Abelosi,
Yes.
previously known as General Nyanda Security Risk Advisory Services Pty Limited GNS.
Yes.
In connection with security services rendered to Transnet by GNS in the period 2007 to 2009, the service, and whereas Abelosi issued a counterclaim against Transnet in connection with the services,
Yes.
now wherefore Transnet and Abelosi have agreed to settle all disputes between them in this litigation on the following terms. 1, Transnet hereby withdraws its action against Abalosi. 2, Abalosi hereby withdraws its counterclaim against Transnet. 3, Transnet will, upon signature hereof, issue a media statement in the form as agreed and attached hereto marked A. 4, Transnet will pay all the legal costs incurred by Abalosi, its directors, and the co-founders and directors of GNS on an attorney and own client scale. And 5, the terms of the settlement agreement are confidential and shall not be disclosed by any one of the parties to any third party. Are you there?
Yes,
So this was a settlement of all disputes between the parties
yes.
in this litigation,
In this,
claim and counterclaim.
yes, without going into the amounts.
Yes, well, the only amounts that's referred to is the costs.
Yes,
So that had to be computed, the costs.
yes,
Have you any idea, and you negotiated this agreement,
yes.
why did you agree that Transnet, well, first of all, why did you agree that Transnet should pay any costs? Transnet had sued Abalosi, Abalosi had sued Transnet, both parties were calling it a truce. Why should Transnet pick up the tab?
The advice that we got from, which is why I would have said, even this agreement must have been preceded by a memo.
You said you negotiated this agreement.
Yes,
Just
but
said
there was
that.
a memo.
You negotiated it.
I negotiated.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then I'm asking you, why did you decide that Transnet should pick up the tab?
Because we were at fault, because we had hidden information. Our people had hidden the information that Abalosi had done the work.
But Mr. Molefe, that wasn't the finding of the Newpin report.
Well, that may not have been the finding of the Newpin report, but this is what I knew for a fact.
Did you, in the negotiations, did you offer to General Nyanda that Transnet would pay the cost, or did he demand that Transnet
General
would pay the
Nyanda
cost?
had that information.
Yes,
And this is what was going to come out in the
Yes.
course of the litigation.
yes.
And General Nyanda's position was, you guys blacklisted me illegally without going through a process. Because of because of information that you had hidden. We as Abalosi have not done anything wrong. It is you who hid away our reports. And therefore, I feel that we were wrong. And unfortunately, I had no leg to stand on.
Mr. Maybeck, let me leave it to you to continue.
Yes, thank you. And then why costs incurred by Abalosi, its directors and co-founders and directors of GNS? Why? I mean, were the co-founders, were they even party to this litigation? And the directors of GNS?
Yes.
Why would you
Well,
pay them?
Chairperson, that is what was represented to me as the damage that would have been done by the fact that we had been hiding information.
But, Mr. Molefe, the business dealings were between Abalosi and Transnet.
Yes,
They were not between Abalosi and the directors, co-founders of GNS and all of that.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
So why would you owe the directors
Yeah.
anything on top of owing? Let's assume that Transnet owed something arising out of this. Why would you owe the directors and co-founders of GNS on top of owing Abalosi as an entity?
Chairperson, I mean, this is what I understood to have been the damage that we had done by hiding the information. However,
damage? What
having
damage?
said that, it would have been helpful if I would have seen the memo that preceded our signing this agreement. Typically, there would have been a memo that explains everything that is in the agreement and why we're doing what we're doing.
But the directors and the co-founders had not sued Transnet.
Yeah,
Only Amandos he had
I don't
sued.
have a recollection of why that clause was included as it is, as it
Yeah.
was. I don't
Because
have a
if-
recollection as to the background to that clause. Now, as I sit here, perhaps if I go and reflect on it, I may remember the reason why. But what I can think of as I'm sitting here was because we were in the wrong. We had hidden away information and caused a lot of damage to the company.
What kind of damage did you cause?
Reputational, they had been blacklisted. It had been known that they had been blacklisted.
Did you publish the blacklist?
No, the matter was in court. It was in the courts. It was public. It was in the
Yes.
courts. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they sue you for it?
They did. This is a settlement.
Okay.
Of,
That's the counterclaim. Was that
yes.
the counterclaim?
Yes.
Okay. But certainly, as you sit here, I mean,
Yes.
I hope you don't say I'm patronizing you.
Must be careful, teacher.
Because I didn't say anything, but there was a time when you accused Mr. Maibek of patronizing you, and I thought it wasn't. When you occupy a certain position,
Yes.
you know, Group CEO of Transnet,
Yes.
you must be taken to have certain knowledge and so on and so on. So there are certain things that we can take it that you can't not know certain things.
Yes.
So my reaction when I saw this for the first time, and I can indicate that I became aware of it after we had been looking at the settlement of Mr. Gama, between Mr. Gama and
Yes.
and Transnet. This looked very strange.
Yes.
And to me, when I think of you having been CEO of PIC, being CEO of Group CEO of Transnet, I would expect that in litigation that is such as this, even though you might not be a lawyer, but your general knowledge and experience would tell you. But
Yes.
really, if we settle and pay costs, if we are supposed to pay any costs to the entity,
Yes.
that should be enough.
Yes.
You know, we shouldn't be paying the directors and co-founders and all of that.
Yes. Yeah.
Am
Chairperson-
I unfair to expect that kind of knowledge?
Okay, but let me take you through my decision-making process as I recall it.
Yeah.
The counterclaim was about 95 million. Sitting there negotiating and finally coming to this agreement. Even with this clause, my quick calculation was we were not going to get anywhere near 95 million. And that if the matter proceeded to court and they were suing us for 95 million, which they said was their damages, I saw that we had no leg to stand on. We had hidden the information. So my calculation was, it doesn't matter because it won't be anywhere near 95 million.
Did you bother to say, let us get a legal opinion as to whether this claim of theirs has got any merits? And if so,
No.
how close, what risk do we have
No,
of paying even half of 95 million?
Their claim had merits because we had hidden the information. I was ashamed at what Transnet employees had done.
Well, you're not answering my question, Mr. Molefe. You may have thought it had merit, but you are not a lawyer. I'm
Yes.
asking you whether you bothered to ask for a legal opinion, people who could say to you, in law, yes, there is a claim, and two, it has got reasonable prospects, and if they succeed, will they come close to 95 million?
Yes, which is why I was asking for the memo. Because
Yes.
my recollection was that this was in fact drafted by us, by Transnet's legal department.
Yes, so are you saying that your recollection is that there was a legal opinion from
not,
within the...
not a legal opinion,
Yes.
but from our side.
Yes.
I was not alone in a smoke-filled bar. We were at Transnet, and I sat with the legal department of Transnet. And as far as I recall, there would have been a memo saying that here is a matter, and we recommend that we settle in this manner. And this document itself was drafted at Transnet by our legal department. So
Mr.
perhaps in the process of drafting, if they had seen that this was untoward or not possible or unreasonable, perhaps they should have advised and said, this doesn't get done. But from a global view, which is where I was that, well, from 95 million to paying costs, it looks like a good deal.
Mr. Mybeck.
Yes, okay. So from 95 million, thank you, Chairperson, to paying costs looks like a good deal. Fine. When you negotiated this settlement, did you negotiate it with General Nyanda?
Yes, General Nyanda was there.
I see.
Yes.
So let's have a look at what happened after that. If you go to page 807, you were written a letter, your reference,
What page?
807, Chairperson.
Okay.
You've written a letter by Abalosi. You see
Yes.
that, dear Brian? And if you go to paragraph 8, at 808, it says they propose 40 million. The 40 million proposal of settlement was believed to be fair restitution and compensation, inclusive of legal costs incurred in this matter,
Yes.
given the extra information required by Transnet in response, and the detail of lost revenue provided in this communication, we think that a settlement of 60 million would be justified. It would be prudent to have this matter concluded. So what they were asking for, you see here, is costs. They were asking for compensation for lost revenue, etc. Do you see all of that? At paragraph 8.
807.
808, paragraph 8. Paragraph 8. Are you sure you're in the right file, Mr.
I don't know if I'm in the right
You
file.
need to be in bundle 3, BB 16.
Yeah, BB 16, 808 is a letter to Ningiza of Mayor. What's the page number?
Is this the same bundle that you had open when you were looking at
Sorry, what's the page number?
808?
Sorry, I was on the red 808.
Okay. Yeah. So it's that time of the day when one starts confusing the red numbers with the black numbers.
Well, it was happening to me yesterday.
Yes, 808.
Okay. So what they say, this is dated 16 October.
This
Let's
is
go through it.
before we did the settlement.
No, this is after the settlement.
Yes.
Okay, so they say the 40 million proposal of settlement was believed to be fair, inclusive of legal costs or whatever. Given the extra information required by Transnet and the detail of lost revenue, so now they're providing lost revenue,
Yes.
we think that settlement of 60 million would be justifiable.
Yes.
So you see, now they don't just want costs, they also want compensation for lost revenue.
Yes.
Now let's look what you do, is you respond at 803, and at 803, perhaps I could read this into the record. You address it to Abalosi. Dear Sirs, Transnet stroke Abalosi Risk Advisory Services. Your letter dated 16 October 2014 herein refers. Without admission of liability, Transnet SOC hereby offers you an amount of 20 million
Yes.
in full and final settlement of all legal claims and costs.
Yes.
We'd be pleased to receive your response to the aforesaid offer within 7 days of receipt.
Yes.
Now, as you've correctly said, or as you say, you went from 95 million to costs.
Yes.
But this amount that you settled on wasn't settlement for costs. It was something else. It was costs and lost revenue and we don't know what. And that's really the problem, Mr. Malefe, because when you look at the settlement agreement that you concluded,
Yes.
Transnet's only obligation was to pay costs.
Yes.
They write to you and they say, well, we want 60 million,
Yes.
which includes costs and lost revenue, etc. And you go back and say, well, I'll give you 20 million.
Yeah.
So what were you paying this money for?
If you look at the document before,
Yes, which one?
on 801,
Yes,
it says the purpose of this submission is to request the Group Chief Financial Officer
yeah.
to authorize the payment of 20 million. Oh, sorry.
Yes, now we've seen this because that came after you had actually made this offer. So they accepted your offer, perhaps not unsurprisingly. And then Mr. Salinga and Singh actioned payment. But what I want to ask you is what were you paying this 20 million for? You made the counter offer. It can only be costs on the evidence that you've given.
Chairperson, I think I must have made a mistake here.
Yes, you must do.
Because what we were supposed to have paid was the costs.
You gave away 20 million rand, actually.
I can tell you, Mr. Mlefe, I wouldn't be candid with you if I didn't tell you that when I read just the settlement agreement, I was shocked.
Yes.
It's just shocking.
Yes.
Those terms of the settlement agreement are shocking. In all the years that I was in practice before I came onto the bench, I'd never seen a settlement agreement like this. I'd never seen a settlement agreement like the one that Mr. Gama and Transnet concluded. When you settle, because the basis of a settlement is, look, we don't know who was going to win or lose in the end if we proceeded with litigation. That's the basis. Yes. So let's settle. That's normally the basis. Of course, sometimes there might be other considerations, but normally you would have each party paying its own costs.
Yes.
But sometimes you do have the one party making some contribution to the cost of the other, usually not all the cost, just some contribution.
Yes.
But maybe you might have a situation where they pay party and party costs, okay?
Yes.
But for one of the parties in a settlement agreement to pay attorney and client costs,
yes,
is something I had never come across. I don't know about Mr. Mybeck.
Yeah, Chairperson, may I make a request?
That's apart from what Mr. Mybeck has just drawn attention to say the amount was not just for costs. You were paying for much more than that, even though the settlement agreement said Abalozi had withdrawn its action against Transnet.
Yes. May I make a request, Chairperson?
Yes.
Because my recollection of this matter may be very fuzzy
Yeah.
now. That I go and look at this matter again.
Okay.
And then come back, maybe
That's
by
fair
way
enough.
of a supplementary affidavit or something like that.
Yeah, no arrangements can be made even if you come back, I think, because it wouldn't take long. I don't know what Mr. Mybeck has to say, but that
Yeah,
may...
I would really like to go and interrogate this matter again.
Mr. Mybeck?
All right, I'm happy to leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Yes,
There's just
okay.
one other fact that I want to just put to you, and that is Mr. Todd, if my memory serves me correctly, said that the costs couldn't conceivably have been more than R1 million because very little had happened in this litigation. There'd been an exchange of pleadings, and if my memory serves me correctly, I think they might have got to the discovery affidavit stage. But this litigation was not far advanced at all
Yes.
Mr. Malefi, perhaps that's something that you could think about.
And just to add on to that, you know, if you look at the legal costs relating to Mr. Gama, I think in their legal costs, they had the legal cost of the disciplinary hearing, which had involved senior counsel and so on, and had gone on for about 14 days, 2 weeks. The costs for that, I think, were less than 4 million, less than, I can't remember, but 5, you're not talking about even 10 million, I think, and maybe Mr., but certainly not 20 million. Here, the matter had not gone to trial. Some pleadings had been exchanged. It had not advanced much.
Yeah, please allow me, Chairperson, to go and refresh.
No,
my
no,
memory
that's
on
fair
this.
enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay, Mr. Maide.
Yes, thank you. I would like then, late in the afternoon, Mr. Malefe, to deal with the final topic, and that relates to witnesses 1 and 3. Do you have bundle 14D available?
Maybe to round off the topic of that settlement, Mr. Mlefe.
Yes.
And Mr. Maibek, maybe there are 2 ways of dealing with it. One is that after Mr. Mlefe has studied it and tried to recall what happened, one option is that he can come back and then put his understanding, give me his understanding and explanations without an affidavit. Another one is that he could put in an affidavit first to say, this is my recollection of how this came about, blah, 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 blah. And then, if need be, he could be called after that. I don't know, Ms. Maibek, if you have any preference, what you suggest.
I think that the latter route might be preferable because potentially he may not need to be recalled then.
Yes, yes, yes.
But in your hands, Chairperson.
Chairperson, I thought it would also be prudent that we make a proposal on how, or have an input on how we can handle this remaining matter.
Yes, yes.
I still have to get instructions. So we'll get instructions, Chair, and revert back to Mr. Mebe on what would be the best way forward.
No, that's fine. If that could be, if what the arrangement is going to be can be finalized, if possible, within the next 2 days, because we don't have a lot of time, so that we, at least to say, this is the agreed way forward, and then we can take it from there.
Thanks.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have bundle 14D? Can I ask you please to go to...
But Mr. Esa was not the director of Abalos.
Well, I don't know. General Yanda, your golf partner, was the director of Abalosi. That's perhaps a bit closer to home. All right.
Well, maybe I should say this. No, maybe I shouldn't say you put in whatever you put in about that settlement, and then we'll take it from there. Yeah, okay. At least not you are not being told about Salim Esa in regard to Abalos. What bundle did you say we should have?
14,
Okay.
little d, DCJ.
Yes. Thank you.
So,
What page?
page, I think it's 15, 1-5.
Yes, I've got it.
Now, Mr. Malefe, I mean, given the importance of this, I think it may warrant us going through it on a paragraph by paragraph basis almost. Are you in the right file?
Yes. Yes, Chair.
Page 15, witness 1. But perhaps before I pick my way through this affidavit, could I just ask you to give us a summary of what your response is to witness 1's affidavit, and I suppose in particular from page 1 through to, which would be 15 through to 24, up to the heading threats received.
Well, Chairperson, firstly, I do not know who witness 1 is.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mybeck, I think it might be good for those who are following to just give a general, the gist of what witness 1 said about Mr. Malefe, so that when he gives his own, the gist of his response, then they can follow. Or is that going to be difficult? If it's going to be difficult, it's fine.
Well, I think generally, by way of very broad summary, what
Yeah.
witness 1 says is that he was effectively Mr. Malefe's driver when he was at Transnet, and that he took him on a number of occasions to the Gupta compound in Saxonwold and to other meetings with the Guptas, and he gives certain evidence relating to money. That's perhaps as broadly stated as it can be.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted that when Mr. Malefe gives his response to this evidence, people who are listening can understand what it's about.
Yes, Chairperson. I do not know who witness 1 is. But I suppose even if I assumed the identity of who the identity of witness 1 is, it is difficult for me to impute motive without identifying witness 1. So
Sorry, what did you say?
it is difficult for me to impute motive
Yeah.
for giving this kind of evidence without knowing who witness 1 is. But secondly, witness 1 does not say that he saw anybody give me money. He refers to meetings that I had with the Guptas that I have not denied. And however, he talks about bags and a bag as if those bags had money, but he had no evidence that there was money in the bag. So really, there is very little to respond to in the evidence of witness 1.
Okay.
Well, let's just accept for a moment that he doesn't give evidence on your construction of having seen someone give you money. But apart from that, do you then agree with the statement? Or what ultimately are you saying?
That somebody gave me money.
No. Your analysis of his evidence is he says very little, he doesn't give direct evidence, you say, of people giving me money.
Yes.
But what do you say to the content of his evidence, that he took you to all of these places? What do you say about his observations? Are you saying they're all wrong? Or are you saying, well, they're right, but he doesn't give evidence of someone giving me money?
His observations that he saw me with a bag may be true, but I would deny that it had money in it, or that the bag I was carrying, when I went to a meeting and came back from the meeting, came back with money. I would deny that.
So let's just go through, if you go to paragraph 10 of the affidavit at page 17. When you say you don't know who witness 1 is, well, he says that he acted as your driver for 3 years.
Did he?
3 or 4 years.
Yes, so who is he?
Well, didn't you also say earlier that you know who he is?
Come again?
Didn't you also say that you know who he is?
No, I said I could assume who he is.
Yes.
And, but assuming who he is not fair because I cannot impute motive on a person based on assumption of identity.
But what are you saying? A bad motive, that you had a driver who may have had a bad motive for this evidence?
Yeah, there is a driver that I know would have had a motive, but I don't think I can reveal what I think was the
No,
motive.
absolutely.
Because it would identify them, number one, and number two, what if my assumption about the identity is wrong?
But then, Mr. Molefe, can I ask you, why did you not exercise your right to cross-examine this person?
Because he did not implicate me in wrongdoing.
Okay, so that's really your defense, that there's no implication of
There's no
wrongdoing.
implication of wrongdoing.
So are you prepared generally to accept the statement, but your main opposition or defense is it doesn't implicate me in wrongdoing?
It doesn't implicate me in wrongdoing. It
All right.
just implicates me in sometimes carrying a bag that I always carry that he took a picture of. No, didn't even take a picture of the bag.
Yes.
Downloaded from the internet
Yeah.
and said that is the bag that I may have been carrying or a similar bag.
Yeah. All right.
Mr.
I
Maibek-
might show you. I might
Mr.
ask you to
Maibek-
show me your bag later. But yes.
Mr. Maibek, as I walked into the
Yeah.
commission, I may have been carrying a bag. In fact, I was. And if somebody sees me leave the commission with that bag and says that, look, it looks like it's got money inside, I have to answer to that allegation.
All right. So let's go through this. He says that, or she, and I'm going to perhaps just refer to he, and I don't mean to disclose the gender of the person, but it will be easier. During the above-mentioned period, Transnet's head officers, so this is 11 to 14, were still in the Colton Centre in Johannesburg. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And then it says that on a normal working day, I would collect Molefe from his home in Irene, Pretoria at around 6 o'clock in the morning, transport him to the office at Colton Centre and or to meetings during the course of the day and drop him off at home in the afternoon. He often attended meetings and functions till late in the evenings, and on many occasions I'd only arrive home at around midnight. I also had to work quite a lot over weekends. Would that be an accurate description of the work of your driver?
yes,
Then the driver says, usually on Friday afternoon, Molefe's personal assistant, PA, would provide me with a printout of Molefe's diary for the following week, which would inform me of his meeting schedule and movements for that week. Would you agree with that?
yes,
And at 14, due to the long work hours required to transport Molefe to various destinations during the week, I requested one of my other CPOs, my colleague, during late 2012 to assist me with the protection and transporting of Molefe. We used to alternate our working schedules so that one of us would transport Molefe whilst the other one would perform administrative tasks. My colleague continued in this regard until approximately December 2014. Do you agree with that?
yes,
15, towards the end of July 2014, I was redeployed as security manager at Transnet Group Capital Division in Durban. I transferred back to the Transnet head office during January 2016. What do you say to that?
If he's the guy that was redeployed to Devon, there's a lot to say about that, but it would reveal his identity.
All right. Then 16, during the period of providing CPO services to Molefe, the following Transnet vehicles were used to transport him. not going to read all of them out. There's a BMW, another BMW, a Mercedes-Benz, and an Audi A8.
Yes.
17, the driver says, I kept logbooks of trips undertaken with the above-mentioned vehicles. Would you accept that logbooks were kept?
Yeah, I never looked at them. I knew that they were handed to the head of security.
And 18, sorry, anything else to say?
No.
Okay. 18, used logbooks from the drivers of Transnet executives were handed to General Toka. At the time, the general manager of security at Transnet for safekeeping, I kept my logbooks for audit purposes. Any comment on that?
Well, I'm not sure if this was in line with their standard operating procedures, but yes.
Then we have the heading Meetings with AJ Gupta. During the period, and this is now February 2011 to July 2014, during the period of performing CPO duties for Malefe, I transported him on various occasions to the Gupta residence in Saxonwald, Johannesburg, the Michelangelo Hotel in Sandton, the Protea Hotel Fire and Ice in Melrose Arch, and the offices of Sahara Computers in Midrand, where he attended meetings with AJ Gupta. AJ, do you agree with that?
Yes. Generally, yes. It is true that there were occasions when we went. I don't have a recollection of every single incident.
Sure. These meetings were not recorded in his diary.
I can't recall that they were or were not recorded in my diary.
I was either informed by Malefe that he was going to meet with AJ, or I actually saw AJ at these venues, or both.
Yes.
In paragraph 20, copies of available logbook entries confirming trips undertaken to the locations mentioned above are attached hereto as annexes W101 to W115. The logbook entries are summarized in this table. Have you had a chance to look at this table?
Yes.
So what the table reflects is that in the 14-month period between July 2011 and September 2012, the driver took you to Saxonwald on 11 occasions, twice to the Michelangelo, once to the Fire and Ice, and once to Sahara.
Yes, I can't comment on it because I don't have a clear recollection of every single incident. But as I said...
But it seems, would you dispute what is said here?
No.
All right. Now, you will see that at page 21, after the schedule, references in the logbook to Saxonwald, Saxonwald, etc. are all
paragraph 21.
Just above 21. There's a key there where he explains that any reference really to Saxon or Saxonwald is a reference to the Gupta residence. Reference to the Michelangelo is the Sandton Michelangelo. Reference to Melrose Arch, presumably it should be hotel, refers to the Protea Fire and Ice, and Midrand Sahara refers to the offices of Sahara Computer.
Yes.
After September 2012, I no longer transported Malefe to Gupta Saxonwald residence. Any comment on that?
September 2012.
He says, after September 2012, I no longer transported Malefe to Gupta Saxonwald residence. My colleague at 22 informed me that he's also taken Malefe to the Gupta residence on a few occasions. Any comment on that?
So after September 2012 is when he went to Devon.
Well, he said he no longer transported you.
Yeah, but was it because he had gone to Devon?
It's not as I understand the evidence. He says it
Well,
was towards the end of July 2014 that he was redeployed to Durban.
Oh, I see, yes. Yeah, okay.
So you agree with that?
Yeah, I can't comment on it. I can't really recall when he...
Then at paragraph 23, in relation to trips to the Gupta residence, Malefe would tell me that he had to go and see AJ.
Yes,
On arrival at the Gupta residence, I would wait for Malefe in our vehicle to return. As can be seen from the table above, the visit to the residence usually lasted between 20 and 45 minutes.
yes,
What do you say to that?
yes. That is a reasonable assessment of what was happening.
Those are relatively short meetings.
Oh, no, I mean, 20 to 45, not short. 10 minutes would be short.
20 maybe would be short,
10 minutes would be short.
and 20 you would say not short.
45 is about reasonable time to have a meeting.
No. I don't have a problem myself about 45 minutes being, not an unusual time for a meeting.
Yes,
I'm talking about 20 because I think somewhere he says in his, the logbook or whatever he has put in there, reflects like you would come in there, you'd go there and spend about 20 minutes and go, I think quite a few times, if I'm not mistaken. Would you, and it gives me the impression, and this is maybe I must just say, gives me the impression that that might not have been serious meetings if it's so short, but I may be mistaken.
yes,
If it's so short.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. But generally, you don't have any quarrel with the kinds of times he gives in terms of the duration whenever you went there. More or less, you have no problem with
Yes,
those times.
Yes.
Okay.
yeah. He just doesn't mention perhaps when there were events.
When they were?
Events.
Events, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
like a
Yes,
function. or-
yes, yeah, when you would be there longer.
Yes, he
Yeah.
doesn't mention those.
Yeah.
Perhaps, sorry, DC Joe, you finished.
Yes, no, maybe you are going to say what I was about to say.
No, please, you.
Okay, no, I was saying, maybe during the time that he took you there, there were no events as such. Maybe that's why.
I can't recall, Chair.
Yeah, okay,
can't
all
recall.
right, okay.
Just in that regard, could I take you back to page 20, please? You have a look at this table.
Paragraph 20.
No, page 20, the table. See the first entry at the top. 29 July 2011, Saxonwold.
Yes,
You arrive at 10 and leave, at 6 o'clock in the morning and leave at 17 minutes past 6 in the
Yes.
morning.
yes,
And then the fifth entry in the middle of the page, on the 19th of October, you arrived at 10 to 6 in the evening and you left at 6 o'clock. So that's a 10-minute meeting. The first one is 17 minutes.
yes,
And then if you go over the page to page 21, the second entry on the 28th of May, 2012, you arrive at 20 to 7 in the evening and you leave at 10 to 7 in the evening, 10 minutes.
yes.
What would you have been
That
doing?
is what he says.
Well, that's
So-
what the logbooks say.
Yeah, but I can't comment on the accuracy of the logbook.
But what can you think of what you might be doing for only 10?
I don't remember what it was about. And I can't comment that these entries are correct.
But I think what you do say, based on what you have said before, is you might not be saying they are accurate, but your sense is that they can't be two-way out. It's
may
more or
be-
less. It's more or less what you think.
They may not even have happened in the way that he describes them in the logbook, but I have no way of showing that.
Yeah.
Because Well, that is what he wrote in his
Yeah.
logbook.
Well, there are
And
times
I'm
where...
not sure when he made these entries in his logbook.
There are times where, according to his logbook, you were there for a few hours. I see at page 20, second item,
Yes.
29 July 2011, according to the logbook, his logbook, you were there from 5 to 10 past 9. So I
Yes.
think there are times when it reflects you were there for quite some time.
Yes.
And then there are times when it reflects that you were there for
Yes.
a shorter
Yes.
periods.
But you see, I don't dispute that he did take me there.
Yes.
And that maybe he kept a logbook that I was
Yes.
not aware of. But I'm not sure about the accuracy
Yeah.
of what is in his logbook. And really what his motive was for keeping the logbook. I don't know if he...
Well, I
suppose
guess
he
the
showed you-
logbook has got to say when you arrived, where you arrived, and when you left. I assume that that's part of what they are supposed to do.
Yes, but, and then the logbook is handed over to his general manager for safekeeping. But he says he didn't. He kept the logbook. So I'm not sure what the motive was there. Because as he says here, it was for audit purposes. Well, if anybody wanted to audit his logbook, it would be found with the general manager for security. So I'm not sure what his motive really was.
Okay, Mr. Maive.
Yes,
And,
thank you.
and in fact, he may have been in breach of their own standard operating procedures because the logbook was supposed to be handed over to head of security.
Then at paragraph 24, at page 22, when we visited the Gupta residence in Saxonwald and the offices of Sahara Computers, the security guard would ask, "Who are we visiting?" And Malefe would inform that we are visiting AJ. I would then relay the name of AJ to the security guard who would then permit access. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would normally visit AJ.
25, in relation to the visits to the hotels, I would park the vehicle and accompany Malefe, alternatively meet Malefe at a restaurant when I would at some stage during the meeting see AJ. Do you agree with that?
Yes, well, I can't comment on,
Sure.
on who he saw or who he identified as AJ.
26, Malefe usually went into the Gupta residence with a light brown leather backpack that he would carry with him. A picture of the brown leather backpack, similar to the one carried by Malefe, is attached, Annexure W116. Should we go to that? That you find at pages 55.
Did he say similar?
Sorry?
Did he say similar?
Yes.
I think so.
It's not 100% similar.
Okay, so
but this
that you
that is
find-
just a backpack.
Okay, that you found, sorry, at page 66. Did you have a similar brown leather backpack to that one?
Not like this one.
Or did you have the one that you've got on the chair next to you?
Yes, it was this one.
It was
My
that one.
trusted bag, yes.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, so that is a brown leather backpack.
Yes, this is it's a brown leather backpack.
And is that in fact, it looks quite worn. It was the same backpack that you had at the time.
Yes, Chairperson, I've been everywhere with this bag. I'm surprised that
It's like my briefcase. It's also falling
I'm
apart.
surprised that it is accused number 2 at the commission.
You see, the problem might be that wherever you went with it.
Yes,
Okay, so
and I still do.
Yeah. But earlier on, I thought you said something like looking at, I don't know which page you were looking at, I think one of the bags, pictures of the bags. I thought you said it's not similar, but
If you look at the bag-
the impression I got was that you were saying there is some resemblance. It might
No,
not.
this is a backpack.
Yeah.
It is not quite similar to this one.
Well, that is a brown leather backpack, I suppose.
Well, that's why I was saying, well, this is a backpack.
All right.
So this is just an arbitrary backpack.
So, Mr. Molefe, I suppose if it wasn't so serious, it might be funny. But do I understand you to be saying that that backpack that you've just showed the chairperson, your trusty brown leather backpack, was in fact the same one that you had
In
at this
all
time?
likelihood, it was this one.
The same one? All right.
Yes.
Well, shouldn't we have a picture of this one so we can compare with the pictures here?
Yes.
No, I'm saying it was likely to have been this one.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, then at 27, on other occasions, so 26, Molefe usually went into the Gupta residence with his light brown leather backpack that he would carry with him. We've dealt with that. 27, on other occasions, Molefe would go into the Gupta residence without his leather backpack. On those occasions, he would then reappear carrying a sports bag, which appeared to contain something. I say this because the shape of the bag.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Mybeck, I may have missed something. So at 26, this witness refers to a light brown leather backpack.
Yes.
That description is the same as the bag you say is probably the one that you were carrying?
Yes. No.
When you say it's
No, the description.
light brown leather backpack, does
Yeah.
that fit that
Yeah, but
description?
his evidence is that the bag that he saw
Yeah,
is the one that he took the picture of here.
okay.
So let's go with the description that is in his picture then, because that is his evidence.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Mybeck, I interrupted you.
Thank you. So he says at 27, on other occasions, Molefe would go into the Gupta residence without his leather backpack. On those occasions, he would then reappear carrying a sports bag, which appeared to contain something. I say this because the shape of the bag suggested it had contents. You want to respond to
The
that?
shape of the bag suggested?
It had contents.
I have no recollection of that, Chair.
So this paragraph you don't recall.
Yes.
Then says at 28, on 18 January 2012, Molefe instructed me to deliver an empty leather carrier bag to AJ at the offices of Sahara Computers in Midrand. I did so and handed the bag to AJ. The bag was opened when it was handed to me. A picture of the brown leather carrier bag, similar to the one discussed here, is attached as Annexure W117. You go to that. That you find at page 69.
Yes.
What do you say to that?
I have no recollection of that.
If you go back to 28, the driver says a copy of the...
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Mybeck. Will you arrange for somebody in your team to write, for example, in regard to the bag, picture of the bag at page 69, Annexure W1-17, so that if I read this paragraph, it's easy for me to know this is the one, because it's not
Yes,
written.
DCJ, I perhaps have referred you to the wrong page. That has been done.
Oh, is that
the
so?
W1-17, there's a cover page to each of these things. That you'll find at page 68.
Oh, okay.
I do apologize.
Oh, okay. Oh, you see that it's confusing because you expect the picture to be
Yes,
on page 68 when you look at this.
yes.
So maybe what should be done is to move this to 69, or to find a way to make sure that if I'm looking for this picture and I come to 68 and I see there's no picture, I don't think that there's nothing, and then I go back. Or maybe there should be a reference to say, I must look.
Over the page.
Over the page,
All right.
yeah.
We'll work on that,
Yeah,
DCJ.
yeah. You know, 2 months after now, if I'm working on this, I might be confused.
Just out of curiosity, does his diary confirm this trip?
Sorry?
Does his diary confirm this trip?
I beg your pardon? Well, he said, I wanted to take you to the last portion of paragraph 28. A copy of the logbook entry confirming the trip
Oh, I see.
undertaken to the offices of Sahara Computers is attached as W118.
Okay. I have no recollection of it.
No recollection. Then at 29, I recall that I also met AJ in the presence of Molefe in January 2012 after the African National Congress conference in Bloemfontein, when I collected Molefe from the airport in Bloemfontein. Do you have any issue with that?
He saw AJ at the airport in Bloemfontein.
Yes. He met AJ, I also met AJ in the presence of Molefe.
I have no recollection of what happened at the airport in Bloemfontein in January 2012.
I might just have a second. You have no recollection of that?
Yes.
Then at 30, I attach a photograph of AJ as annexure W119 as confirmation that he is the person that I have been introduced to as AJ. Presumably you don't have any issue with that.
Yes.
All right. And then people recognized at Gupta residence. During visits to the Gupta residence on several occasions, I have, amongst others, seen the following people outside the Gupta residence, namely Minister Malusi Gigaba, former Minister of the Department of Public Enterprises, and Mr. Siyabonga Mahlangu, Special Advisor to Minister Gigaba. What do you say to that?
I can't remember being at the same time at the Gupta residence with Minister Gigaba or with Mr. Siyabonga Mahlangu. No, that I can't remember.
So one thing I perhaps neglected to ask you earlier on in your testimony when discussing your relationship with the Guptas and your visits to the Gupta residence, who would you see there?
Mr. AJ.
Yes, but who else?
He's the person that I was discussing the bank with.
Sorry?
He is the person that I was discussing the bank with.
Yes.
Yes, so I would hardly ever see anybody else.
On those occasions when you did see someone else, who were they?
Sometimes his brother would pop in, Tony or Atul or his wife or his children. Yeah, they would pop in, but the person that I really saw and discussed with was Mr. AJ.
So do I take it to be then your evidence that you never saw any politician during your visits there, that you never saw any...
Perhaps when there were functions. Perhaps when there were functions, but yeah, I don't remember being there when there was no function and seeing Mr. Gigaba or Mr. Siyabonga Mahlangu.
All right, and then there's a heading saying Molefe in possession of cash.
Yes.
Paragraph 32.
Yes.
One day, whilst attending a meeting in the main boardroom at the Carlton Centre, Molefe asked me to fetch his cellular phone from his bag in his office.
Yes.
As instructed, I went to his office, and when I opened his light brown leather backpack to take out the phone, I was surprised to see that the bag was more than half full with bundles of 200 Rand notes. I called Mbele to Malefe's office and I showed her the cash in his bag. Now, what do you say to that?
I have no recollection of that incident, and I just wonder if he did write it in his incident report and if he reported it to General Tuka, but I have no recollection of that incident.
Well, let's just go through this. Presumably you did have meetings on occasion in the main boardroom at the Carlton Centre.
Yes.
If you had left your cell phone in your bag, might you try and retrieve it by asking somebody in the position of your driver to do so?
I might have, yes.
It's possible that that happened.
It's possible that I might have asked him to retrieve a cell phone during the time that I was working with him from my bag.
From your light brown leather backpack.
Yes.
So the only issue is you say, well, if I had asked him to do that, he wouldn't have come across these bundles of 200 Rand notes.
No, not in the manner that he described them as being this much and stacked and so on and so forth.
But he says, I was surprised to see the bag was more than half full with bundles of 200 Rand
No,
notes.
not half full.
But would you...
I have no recollection of this incident where he says he found a half full bag, half full. My bag half full with money. I have no recollection of that specific incident. And on top of that, it is, I never carried cash like that.
Now, he says, I called Mbele to Malefe's office and showed her the cash in the bag. Who's that?
That was my PA.
So just so that I have your evidence correctly, your evidence is you never kept money or any real quantity of money.
Come again?
You never kept money or any real quantity of money in your in the bag you've shown us.
Not half full. Just maybe if there was
Quarter?
cash. Sorry?
Quarter full?
No, maybe 1,000 Rand, maybe 2,000 Rand. I don't know how that would fill the bag.
Okay.
Then at paragraph 33, upon his return from the meeting, I approached Malefe about the fact that he was carrying that much cash in his bag, which I considered a safety risk. Malefe was visibly upset with my comment and told me that it was none of my business. You say to that?
I have no recollection of that and wonder if, because he says it is a safety or a security risk, whether this threat, security, because that's what he identified a threat according to him, it was properly recorded and discussed with his superiors. But
Mr. Malefe, how does one deal with this? I mean, here is a driver. You say really that 90% of the statement you don't dispute. It's only when the word cash really enters the equation that you say you don't have a recollection. You say you could have been in a meeting in the main boardroom.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Mybeck, I'm sure you don't intend it. There are a number of areas where he said he has no recollection.
Yes, sir.
But what you are saying is true to the extent that you mean he doesn't dispute
Yes,
most of this, yeah. Yes. But that also includes when he says he has no recollection. So I thought I would just mention
there is no
that,
recollection, Chair.
Yeah, but basically because you don't have a recollection, you can't dispute, but there is nothing that you really seriously dispute for most of the part of what he says.
No, I dispute that.
This particular part.
Of the cash.
Of the cash, yeah. No,
yeah, where he says he saw cash.
Yeah.
Where he says if he wants, or if if his desire was to imply that I left the Gupta residence with cash, that I dispute.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But then,
other
but
than
then I
that,
noticed
yeah,
that he never went that far.
yes. But other than that, in terms of what Mr. Mybeck has taken you through, you don't have any serious issues.
No, I
Yeah.
mean, this narrative is built on real facts that were happening.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Mybeck, I interrupted you while
Yes,
you
thank
wanted
you.
to put a proposition to Mr. Molefe.
Yes, perhaps I can restyle it. In relation to this particular incident that he recounts here, would you accept that if he had come across a lot of money in your bag, it would have been a natural thing, perhaps, for him to have raised it with your PA?
No. Let me put it like this, because he calls it a security threat. If he had come across a security threat, he wouldn't have raised it with my PA. He would have and should have raised it with his superiors. And in this instance, it was General Doga. And there would have been a proper incident report.
Yes, but you see, what he says is that you were upset and you told him that it was none of your business.
But-
He raised it with you directly.
But it didn't matter that I was upset about it, because his job was security, and if he identified a security threat, there would have been a particular protocol to deal with it. And so I can't recall the incident. I'm just saying, if it indeed did happen, this is what would have happened. He would not, he would not have raised it with a PA, because he knew that that would start a rumor and exacerbate the threat, which means that if he raises it with a PA might then say to somebody else or the next one, you won't believe what Mr. So-and-so told me today. And then it would be a rumor that goes around. And so a person of his training and his responsibilities, the responsible manner to have handled it would have been, especially that he specifically says that it was a security threat or a security risk, would have been to raise it with his superiors, who would then have called me in and said, we have a problem, how do we deal with it? That never happened. That never happened. However, having said that, I dispute that this cash incident happened.
Just so I understand it, so your backpack that you've shown us with your, if you had left your cell phone in your backpack, would that backpack then be in your office? Is that, you say, I went to his office. As you said, if you had left your phone and you were in a meeting, you might ask your driver to go and fetch it from your office. Is that right?
If I had left it in my office and I'd said, go and fetch my phone, I mean, this is hypothetically.
And I take it your secretary or your PA worked close to your office?
Yes, right next door.
Then at paragraph 34, I furthermore frequently deposited cash amounts on behalf of Molefe at ABSA, Standard Bank and Nedbank in and around the Colton Centre in various bank accounts.
Yes.
Usually between the 28th of the month and the 5th of the following month, and sometimes also around the middle of the month.
Yes.
What do you say about that?
It may or may not have happened on some occasions that maybe I asked him to make a deposit for me. I can't recall what it was for different things. Maybe society, or I don't know, I can't recall. But that may or may not have happened. I'm not sure about the frequency that he's talking about. But it is true that on one or two occasions, I may have sent him to go to the bank.
You drew cash to deposit cash?
No, not necessarily. Sometimes when we go to a burial society and people donate cash, and then I have to take it and bank it. Things like that.
But wouldn't it,
Or sometimes if I'm doing it for somebody, or for whatever reasons, I had personal reasons.
but why not just make an electronic transfer?
No, but if it was cash that needed to go to the bank, you can't deposit it electronically.
So what sort of things would this relate to then,
Like the society, you know, society.
right? What
Yes.
type of society?
Burial societies, burial society.
Right? What other things?
I can't recall, Chair, what other reasons I may have had to have had cash with me, but
But there could have been,
yeah, they could have been for a number of reasons.
Was there a burial society of which you were treasurer or something
Yes, yes,
at that time?
yes, at the time, yes, there was.
What was it called?
Maphala,
Ma?
Maphala,
M-A-P-H-A-L-A?
double M-A, double M-A,
Yeah,
P-H-A-L-A.
yes, burial society at the end.
Yeah, it's actually officially it's called Investment Society. So it's the Maphala
Yeah,
was my grandmother's mother. So it's all the children that have descended from that root.
yes.
We have a burial society, and I was
Yes.
the treasurer.
And you are the treasurer?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. It's still there, it still exists.
It
The
still
burial
exists,
society.
but we haven't met since COVID, and
Yeah.
there's a big debate now about what we're going to do.
Okay.
then the driver goes on to say the deposit slips and account details had been completed by Malefe. Is that what you would do if you were required of him to deposit
Yes,
cash?
yes.
The cash amounts would be handed to me by Malefe's PA in envelopes which Malefe had handed to her with the instruction that I should do the deposit. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
I handed the deposit slip to either Malefe's PA or Malefe himself after doing the deposits at the bank. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And he says, or the driver says at 35, I would count the money for deposit. It varied in amounts, but usually several thousand rand at a time.
Yes, several thousand, yes.
So it seems that the main area of disputes then, or dispute, is 27, the sports bag issue that you deny that you would leave the Gupta residence. You would reappear carrying a sports bag which appeared to contain something. You deny that you ever instructed the driver to deliver an empty leather bag to AJ, and then you deny this issue in relation to the cell phone and money being found in the bag. Those are the main areas of
Yes.
dispute. But otherwise, by and large, I think as the chairperson has asked you, you don't seem to take particular issue with the statement. Would that be a fair summary?
Other than to say that the threats that he talks about, I have no knowledge of. And I noticed that you say that we do not have a problem with the rest of the statement.
It was? Yes, I'm talking about the parts that I've taken you to.
Yes, yes.
Is this it? As I understand it, it was reported in the press that there was an attempt on witness one's life a few
When?
days ago. Did you
4
read
days
it?
ago. Yes.
So have you got any idea? I mean, the person who made this statement is obviously in a difficult position in his life, the driver. There's threats being made on his life. He sets out the threats that gave rise to his driver's evidence being given in camera. Can I ask you to address the question of why would somebody put themselves into this position if their version was simply a pack of lies?
Which position?
position of fearing for your life.
Who's threatening his life?
Well, the point is that this person, and I'm not suggesting, Mr. Molefe, it's you, but what this driver has done.
Because I really don't understand that you're saying that because he made the statement, his life is now threatened. By who?
Well, you've seen what he said about the threats that were made that caused the DCJ to allow his evidence to be given in camera. You've also heard about reports that there was an attempt on his life a few days ago.
Yes, Chair, I would really prefer not to be drawn into these threats and the reasons for the threats, and because I really don't know anything about it. And I also do not wish to speculate.
I think Mr. Mayberg wanted to put a different proposition to you in regard to probabilities. Or
Yes, I mean, why would somebody falsely implicate someone like you in circumstances where they fear for their life?
Yeah, I said, Chair, I could try and impute motive, but that would identify the witness.
yes.
But there is motive that I could impute.
And
Well, I guess that if this statement was full of lots of things that you say are false, maybe really serious bad things, one might look at it in a certain way. But having gone through the statement, with Mr. Mayberg having taken you through the statement up to just before he talks about the threats, most of the things that he says about you there, you don't identify them as things that somebody would be saying about you that are deliberately false. There are just 2 or 3 areas where you say, well, here, this is not true.
Yeah, so Chair, the way that the statement is crafted is that it is generally true, except that there is this spice of cash that gets put in, and that is cleverly calculated to imply, it's not even real evidence, to imply, just to cast aspersions. That is what I don't understand. This statement is based on things that are true, but it is designed to cast aspersions without even offering real evidence of things that the person saw. I remember when he was giving evidence, Chair, that you asked, so when you found the money in Mr. Molefe's bag, did that money come from the Guptas? And he said no. And so what, when a security guard says, my principal gave me an empty bag to go and deliver, what is the purpose of making such a statement relating to an empty bag to an august commission such as this one?
Mr. Mayberg?
yes, thank you. I want to take you then to witness 3.
Yes.
That affidavit you find at page 122.
Yes.
Now, witness 3 says, and when dealing with these CPO services to Minister Gigaba, you would have seen that he says at paragraph 22, at page 126, that whilst waiting in my vehicle for Gigaba to return from meetings inside residence, I noticed on different occasions people arriving or leaving the premises that I recognized. Individuals in this regard included, and there you see, firstly, your name, Brian Malefe. What do you say to that?
I can't comment on that, Chair. I have no recollection. Actually, witness 3, I even find it difficult to speculate about who it is. So I don't know what he's talking about.
But it seems to me that, I mean, you would accept that given the frequency with which you went to the Gupta residence, that it was possible that you would have been seen there by other people.
Witness 3 was attached to Mr. Gama, wasn't he?
Mr. Gigaba.
Mr. Gigaba. Yeah, I have said I do not recall being at the same time with Mr. Gigaba at the Gupta residence, unless if there was maybe a function, but I can't recall.
So let us then turn to paragraph 46, at page 130. Witness 3 says that, this is under the heading, bags received from men of Asian descent at Three Rivers Lodge. Witness 3 says, and this is at a time when he is providing services, CPO services to Mr. Anwar Singh, your CFO. He says at 46, during July 2014, Transnet Executive Management attended a week-long strategy session at the Three Rivers Lodge in Vereeniging.
Yes.
Would you accept that?
Yes.
I dropped Singh off at the venue early in the week and picked him up on the Friday afternoon again.
Yes.
While I waited for Singh on the Friday afternoon to finish at the session, I noticed 4 men who appeared to be from Asian descent, in brackets, they looked like Chinese men to me, close brackets, standing around a Hyundai H1 vehicle in the parking area. 2 of the men appeared to be busy with a conversation on a cellular phone. Have any comment on that?
I deny that I ever met any Chinese people or Asian men at the Three Rivers Lodge during Transnet strategic planning session.
49, the next thing I noticed, how the 2 men, in brackets, who spoke on the cell phone, close brackets, took 2 luggage bags from the vehicle, one black and the other maroon, and went inside the lodge area where the executive management meeting was held.
I can't comment on that because that is what he saw. I did not meet the Chinese people at or Asian men at Three Rivers Lodge.
At around 1500 hours, I received a SMS from Singh requesting me to come to the conference room where the meeting was held. As I entered the room, the 2 men who took the luggage bags into the lodge were in the room together with Malefe and Singh.
I deny that happened.
But you were present at this conference with Mr. Singh.
Yes, there was, although I don't recall the exact dates, but I do recall that we once or twice had strategic planning sessions at the Three Rivers Lodge.
And when you had these week-long sessions, presumably they finish on a Friday.
Yeah.
At what time would you finish up typically with the conference?
Well, it depends. It depends on our agenda for the day.
You'd presumably give people time to be able to travel back in the daylight hours?
Yes.
And this is in the winter time, we know.
This was in the winter time?
Yes, well, it was July.
Yes, yes. Oh, yeah. Because it was July, Chairperson, it is likely that it was winter time.
All right. Singh pointed to the maroon bag at paragraph 50 and requested me to take the bag to our vehicle, that being his stroke Singh's vehicle.
I don't know anything about that.
I took the bag and I put it in the boot of the vehicle. Then at paragraph 50.1 over the page 131, I need to mention that the bag was really heavy. I, however, did not know what it contained at the time. Sub 2, I recognized the bag as one of the luggage bags that the Chinese men had earlier taken into the meeting room. Any comment on that?
I can't comment on that. That is,
And then 51, while I was seated in our vehicle, waiting for Singh after putting the maroon luggage bag in the boot of the vehicle, I saw Malefe's driver. Cannot clearly recall if it was witness one or a colleague, pulling a black luggage bag from the same lodge venue to the vehicle that was used to transport Malefe. What do you have to say?
I deny that I met the Chinese people or Asian people at the Three Rivers Lodge. However, the taking a bag from the lodge to my car may be something that one of my protectors did, and that would have been a bag that I had come with my clothes. So, I mean, I deny that bag, if there was such a bag that was carried from the lodge to my car, came from the Chinese people, it may have been a bag that I had come with my clothes inside.
Yes, because witness 3 goes on to say, I recognize this bag as the other bag which the Chinese men had earlier taken into the meeting.
Then I deny that there was any bag from the Chinese people that was given to my protectors.
So just so that we understand the facts, there are 2 bags on this version that are taken into the conference center. One maroon bag, one black bag. On this version, a maroon bag goes back into Mr. Singh's car and the black bag goes into your car. You follow that?
Mr. Myberg, I've just said to you that incident, as far as I am concerned, never happened. I don't know where this guy got it from.
Let's see.
I'm not even in a position to speculate about this bag and this guy carrying that. I mean, the next thing you will be saying, so you admit that it did happen.
I'm just putting the facts to you on this statement.
I have denied that incident happened.
What I was trying to get at, if you just be a little bit patient, please, is I want to track what on this statement happened to the maroon bag. So if you have a look at paragraph 52, the next Monday, Singh drove to the Carlton Centre with his BMW M3. You know Mr. Singh to drive an BMW M3?
Yeah, I just know he's a BMW guy. I don't know what type.
He left the vehicle in the basement for the week. That Friday afternoon, I was about to take Singh's vehicle to the car wash. As usual, I checked that there was no valuables in the boot that could go missing. As I opened the boot, I saw the maroon bag that I'd collected at the Three Rivers Lodge the previous Friday. When I picked the bag up, I realized that it weighed less than before. I opened the bag to see what was inside, and I noticed a couple of rolls of 200 Rand notes. I SMS'd Singh and informed him that the bag was still in the car. He immediately came down to the basement and collected the bag from me. So this is his version as to what happened to the maroon bag. I suppose the question is, what happened to the black bag?
I can't comment on that. There was no black bag that went to my car, Mr. Myberg.
Right? So I want to just ask you some more general questions on this. So the evidence, and I don't want to overstate it, but the evidence of the money flows team, research that they've done, and I've put these things in fairness to you for the last 3 days, points to large-scale money laundering by the Guptas at Transnet. Of course, you are right that ultimately that finding would have to be made by the chairperson, but that's what the evidence points to. And what the evidence points to is that it's the procurement system that was abused by regiments and Mr. Essa to facilitate that money laundering. What the evidence also appears to point to is we know that contracts that you were involved in, confinements that you were involved in, that Mr. Singh was involved in, and Mr. Garma to a lesser extent, were contracts that were used as a vehicle for money laundering. I've put all of this to you.
All of them?
I said some, not all contracts, obviously. Contracts.
Yes.
We've been through the evidence. Now, assuming that the Guptas were involved in money laundering through an abuse of the procurement system, presumably those people that allowed that, I ask you, presumably there would be some kind of quid pro quo if those people were complicit. Would you agree with me?
What did you say?
So I'm not suggesting, when I put this proposition to you, that you were complicit in the money laundering. But if there were Transnet managers that enabled it, presumably there needed to be some kind of quid pro quo.
I can't comment. I don't know.
Because, you see...
Is that an assumption that you're making, that there would have been a quid pro
Well,
quo?
I would ask you to... One assumes that if you're complicit in money laundering and you're facilitating it as a manager, you need to
Yes.
get something in return,
Yes.
as a general proposition. Correct?
I don't know how those things work, Mr. Ibert.
So just leaving Mr. Gigaba aside for a moment and just focusing on you and Mr. Singh. He was your CFO, correct?
Yes.
And when the two of you went to Eskom, you were swapped with Mr. Garma and Mr. Peter, correct?
Yes. I think that is what happened.
And what these three drivers do, to a greater or lesser extent, is they implicate all of you in these three drivers. They implicate all of you to a greater or lesser extent in visiting the Guptas, and that didn't apply necessarily to Mr. Garma, but visiting the Guptas in some instances.
So
And-
what do they implicate me in?
Well, there's the statement.
Yeah, what do they implicate me in?
Well, and just bear with me for a moment. They all, in relation to you, put you at the Gupta residence. The man gives some evidence about the fact, you say, I deny that I came with a full sports bag back to the car. I deny that I gave AJ Gupta a leather bag. I deny that there was money.
So what do they implicate me in? I just want to understand that.
What they point to is you carrying large amounts of money, certainly in relation to the cell phone issue. What I'm trying to get at, Mr.
No.
Yeah.
You're trying to get to that the Guptas gave me money.
Just bear with me for a moment. What we do know is they certainly say directly that Mr. Singh received bags of money. And they say Mr. Singh took the money to Knox Vault. At Knox Vault. You didn't have a safety deposit box there.
No.
Mr. Singh's replacement, Mr. Peter, drivers also give limited evidence about him going to the Gupta residence, but they also speak about bags going to the Knox Vault. That was his replacement. You've read, no doubt, or listened to the driver's evidence in relation to Mr. Garma, where that driver gives evidence of lots of cash being found in relation to Mr. Garma. You've seen that evidence. What ties the four of you together is that you had at least some connection with the Guptas. You had by far the strongest one. And that there's either direct evidence of large money transactions and collections, or indirect evidence, like in your case, where the driver says he had a half-full bag of 200 rand notes.
But he specifically says it didn't come from the Guptas, and I deny that there was ever a large sum of money in my bag.
Were you ever given money by Mr. Singh?
No, I can't recall that.
Would you say you can't recall? Might you have?
No, I can't recall that. I mean, maybe for lunch or something. I
No,
don't
that's
know.
not what I'm asking, Mr. Molefe.
No, I was never given, like how much?
Will you tell me?
No, I was never given money by Mr. Singh, unless if you're referring to maybe we were somewhere or I needed 100 rand for lunch or I don't know. But I was never given money by Mr. Singh.
Just on this issue of the replacements, I mean, you've seen the driver's statement in relation to Mr. Peter. My memory serves me correctly. He took him on, I think it is 15 occasions, to a restaurant in Turffontein where he had lunch with Mr. Esser.
I haven't seen that, no.
Or let me perhaps take you there. We were dealing with witness 3. Let me take you to that paragraph.
So you say
Well,
witness
I'm
three-
sorry. We normally take a short adjournment after 2 hours. We have been here for just over 3 hours now. Maybe we should have a 10 minutes adjournment.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's take just 10 minutes adjournment. We'll resume at 5:25. We adjourn. Okay, let's continue. Your mic.
Thank you. You still have the bundle BB14D open, do you? I said I would just refer you to the one paragraph that you questioned. Can I ask you to go to page 133?
Of which one? BB3.
The one we were using.
BB14D, the one we've been in.
The one we were using before the break.
Yes. Page? Which
Page 133, you'll see at paragraph 64 that witness 3 said that he transported Mr. Peter on approximately 15 occasions to this restaurant in Turffontein for meetings with Mr. Esser.
Page 133.
Yes. They would have extended lunches and would drink a lot of alcohol. There again, you see Mr. Esser featuring prominently, not so?
Yes.
DCJ, we have no further questions for Mr.
Yes.
Miller.
Oh, you
Yes.
just wanted to show me that paragraph.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. We are going to adjourn, but arrangements will be made. And I'm inclined to think that to deal with that settlement agreement, you may have to come back. But I will allow the legal team from both teams from both sides to discuss. But it seems to me that might be desirable. In which case, to the extent that your counsel might wish to re-examine that could be done at that stage. Is that fine? Or did you wish to re-examine today, if you plan to?
Chair, I haven't consulted with Mr. Molefe about the need for re-examination.
Okay, no, that's fine. Then we can hear later on if you think there is a need. And then
Certainly.
you could make the request then. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Molefe, for availing yourself to give evidence. As I say, you probably might come back, but your legal team and the Commission's legal team will talk about the part that remains that you wanted to get a chance to look at. And then we'll take it from there. But thank you very much for availing yourself.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
We are going to adjourn for the day, and tomorrow morning we will start at 9:30, and I will hear Mr. Gama's evidence tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn. I'm sorry, I think, Mr. Maybeck, isn't there something you're forgetting that the Secretary wanted to
Oh, yes.
you to deal with? I'm sorry. It shouldn't take long.
And I do apologize for having forgotten about this.
Yeah.
Mr. Molefe, there is one thing that I want to raise with you,
Yes.
and that is yesterday you said that we were speaking, as I recall, about Mr. Gianni,
Yes.
or someone who you said could give evidence.
Yes.
And it was in that context that you said, I will give him your cell phone number, Chair, because the Secretary is not very helpful, because he has issues. I think it has to do with the fact that he once lost a tender and lost a court case. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Now, are you speaking of the current secretary of the commission?
Professor Musala.
Yes.
Yes, Itumeleng Musala.
You understand the seriousness of what you said about him.
Chair.
He's not very helpful because he has issues. I think it has to do with the fact that he lost a tender and lost a court case.
Yes, I do think so, Chair.
But Mr. Molefe,
If I can explain.
yes.
Professor Musala was part of a consortium of Westinghouse that was bidding for a nuclear project at ESCOM. Westinghouse is an American nuclear company that was bidding for work at Quebec. And they lost that deal before I arrived at ESCOM. When I arrived at ESCOM, he approached me numerous times to intervene in their favor. Eventually, Westinghouse went to court. The matter went as far as the Constitutional Court. It was heard by yourself, actually, Chairperson, at the Constitutional Court. And I think since that time, Professor Musala has got something to grind with me. Because the way that I interpreted the subpoenas and the notices as they came, one after the other, not responding to our correspondence when we asked about what matter we're going to be coming to talk. We complained about the fact that the commission was not responsive. My feeling was, because of the Westinghouse matter, Professor Musala is now taking it out during the commission, and that his behavior, certainly, towards me, in the context of the commission, is informed by his dissatisfaction that I was able to intervene on his behalf on the Westinghouse matter. That is how I felt.
So, Mr. Molefe, just that I understand this, you say you've had bad experiences with Professor Musala at the commission. In what respect?
Perhaps my attorney can explain. I mean, when we received the subpoena,
yes.
When we received the subpoena in December, for example, the subpoena did not say whether it was a Transnet or ESCOM matter. And we were not sure what it was about. In fact, we were still working on submitting the documents that were required in terms of Section 10 for both Transnet and ESCOM. And then we got the subpoena, and then the commission went dead. They did not tell us whether it was Transnet or ESCOM. We wrote numerous letters asking, what are we coming to appear here for? And those were not answered. Right through December and January. We appeared here on the 15th of January after having been told, perhaps about a week before, that it was indeed going to be on ESCOM. And only the documents that were given to us about a week before we came. On the 15th, when we arrived here, the first thing we said was, well, we just got an indication of, I think there was even a meeting with yourself, Chairperson, in Chambers, to discuss the fact that the commission had not indicated what this matter was going to be about. And
I can't remember well, counsel would normally come and see me in Chambers, but I can't remember whether it was about that or not.
I'm not the only one.
It may have been. It may have been. I don't know. It may have been. I don't know. Mm.
Yes. But then we in the end, I remember us sitting around the table and Advocate Masuku saying to Mr. Molefe, Attorney Molefe, that perhaps you should write a letter directly to the chairperson. And that is what we did. And that is eventually how we got the response. But our correspondence to the secretary to indicate what matter it was about, right through December and January, and the manner in which we were treated, by the secretary left a lot to be desired, Chair. And the only conclusion that I could arrive at was because he was aggrieved that he had lost the Westinghouse deal and that I had not intervened as he had requested at the time.
Just let me ask you, Mr. Molefe, so there was a delay in advising you as to whether the summons applied to Transnet or Eskom.
I don't think it's necessary to spring to his defense, Mr. Maibek.
Sorry?
I don't think it's necessary to spring to his defense. All I'm saying...
I'm not
No,
springing to
he's
his
not,
defense.
Mr. Murphy, he's
No,
not
they-
springing. He wants to find
No,
out
the
exactly what
facts
the...
are as I have just
Hang
put
on,
them,
hang on, hang on.
and Mr. Maibek
Hang
wants
on.
to go through them again.
Hang on, let's not speak at the same time. He's seeking clarification as to what it is that made you think like this. Yes.
I have just said exactly what made me feel like that.
But just, I'm trying to understand in my own mind, please. So I do understand that you say there was a delay in telling you as to whether the summons applied to Transnet or Eskom. That I follow, and you say that happened in December, January. But then you...
It was not just a delay.
Yes,
It was
No reply.
no response to our communication right through the month of December.
All right.
Which caused a lot of anxiety and what are we doing, and at the same time we have to reply to the Section 10 notices. And yet, and then eventually they said it's about ESCOM and then we requested the documents and then they
Mr.
came.
Molefe, if you just bear with me though, I understand that. Then you talk about other treatment. Is it confined to the failure to respond to that correspondence? That's really all I want
No,
to know.
it's just the general demeanor from the Secretary's office.
What do you mean the general demeanor?
Exactly that, the attitude relating to our matters at the...
But you need to articulate that. I don't understand. I mean, you don't deal directly yourself.
But the need for articulation is for what end?
The need for?
To articulate it is for what end? Because I'm not instituting any legal proceedings.
But you've made a very serious allegation in public.
Yes, I
against
have,
the
and I will
secretary.
repeat it. And Chair, I would leave it at that.
You want to leave it at that?
Yes.
Well, the one thing, Mr. Molefe, is that we need to understand what it is that you are accusing the Secretary of having done. Firstly, because the statement yesterday was made in public, he also needs to know, but we also need to know so that we can understand. So, but as I understand it, you are saying the conduct on his part, on the part of the Secretary of the Commission,
Yes.
which prompted you to think that he had a negative attitude towards you
Yes.
because you did not intervene some years back
Yes.
when he had asked you to intervene in regard to the Westinghouse matter.
Yes.
You say the conduct on his part is the fact that he did not, over the whole of December, respond to correspondence that sought clarification on on the matter of the summons or subpoena.
Yes.
That's what prompted you to think like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And just to add, Chair, I was not laying a formal complaint.
No.
I'm
that's
just
fine.
answering to the questions that you're
Yes.
asking.
Yes. No, that's fine. Mr. Maibek,
No other questions,
Yeah.
Chairperson?
yeah, no, I think at least it's clarified what it is, and then we'll take it from there. Okay, thank you very much. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.